I thought I was marrying the golden son of the Vale family. Then I caught him upstairs with my best friend at our engagement party. This is my story. Let's begin. I knew my fiancé was cheating before I opened the door. Not because I saw his mouth on her. Not because I heard the exact kind of silence people make when they are trying not to get caught. I knew because my body recognized betrayal before my mind had the courage to name it. My hand froze on the brass handle of the upstairs guest bedroom. Fingers cold against metal polished so brightly I could see a warped version of myself staring back. Ivory dress, soft curls, diamond ring, mascara still perfect. A woman dressed for the rest of her life. Downstairs, 200 people were drinking champagne beneath Dominic Vale's chandeliers, celebrating the engagement of his only son to me. A string quartet played somewhere near the marble staircase. Waiters carried trays of caviar and smoked figs through rooms full of senators, judges, shipping magnates, silent men with expensive watches, and women who had been looking at me all evening like I was a mistake someone rich had made in public. I had smiled through all of it. Because that was what I did. I smiled when Adrian left me standing alone with people who asked what family I came from and lost interest before I answered. I smiled when his Aunt Vivienne said my dress was brave, in a tone that meant cheap. I smiled when Marissa squeezed my hand and whispered, "Don't let them see they're getting to you," like she had not spent the entire evening glowing under attention that should have made me feel less alone. I smiled when Adrian kissed my cheek for the cameras, then disappeared upstairs after checking his phone. Now I stood outside a closed bedroom door while my best friend laughed on the other side of it. Not loud, not careless, soft, breathless, familiar, the kind of laugh she used when she wanted a man to think he had earned something. My stomach turned over so violently I had to press one hand against the wall. No, not Marissa, not him, not tonight. My engagement ring caught the hallway light, throwing a small white spark against the dark wallpaper. Adrian had chosen a diamond large enough to make every woman downstairs notice it, and every man assume he loved me generously. I stared at it and thought of the night he slid it onto my finger. "You're mine now, Celeste." I had cried then. God help me, I had thought it was romantic. From inside the room, Adrian said something too low for me to understand. Marissa laughed again. This time I heard the answer clearly. "Don't worry, she won't come up here." Something inside me went quiet. Not calm. Dead quiet. The kind of quiet that happens in a body right before it does the thing fear has been begging it not to do. I turned the handle. The door opened. For 1 second, none of them moved. That was how I knew it was real. Guilty people always froze before they lied. Adrian stood near the bed, his shirt half unbuttoned, his dark hair ruined from someone else's fingers. Marissa was in front of him, one hand still gripping his collar, her red lipstick smudged at the corner of her mouth. My best friend, my maid of honor, the woman who had helped me choose the ivory dress I was wearing, the woman who had hugged me downstairs an hour ago and told me I looked like I belonged. She looked at me now with wide eyes. Then she stepped back from Adrian. Not fast enough. There was no version of the scene that could be misunderstood, no innocent excuse, no spilled wine, no private conversation, no comfort after too much champagne. The bed behind them was disturbed, her hair was loose, his belt was unfastened. My heart did not break all at once. That would have been merciful. It cracked in small, stupid pieces. One for the way Adrian sighed, irritated, as if I had interrupted him. One for the way Marissa's first expression was not shame, it was annoyance. And one for the fact that even then, standing in the doorway of my own humiliation, some starving part of me waited for Adrian to look devastated that he had hurt me. He did not. He looked inconvenienced. "Celeste," he said, dragging a hand through his hair. "Don't do this." I stared at him. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. "Don't do this." Not "I'm sorry." Not "Please let me explain." Not even a lie. "Don't do this." As if the betrayal had begun when I opened the door. Marissa touched the corner of her mouth with one finger, checked the lipstick stain, then lowered her hand. Her face rearranged itself into something soft and wounded. "Celeste," she whispered, "this isn't how it looks." I laughed. It came out once. Broken, ugly, more air than sound. Adrian's jaw tightened. Keep your voice down. There he was, the man I had loved for 4 years, worried about volume, worried about scandal, worried about the people downstairs hearing the truth before he could dress it in something that made him look less filthy. My body finally remembered how to speak. How long? Marissa looked away. Adrian did not. That was almost worse. He held my eyes like the answer was something I had forced him to admit by asking. Celeste. How long? His nostrils flared. This is not the time. I stepped into the room. Marissa shifted back, as if I had become dangerous. Good. Maybe I had. Was it before the proposal? Silence. My stomach dropped. Before? I whispered. Adrian buttoned his shirt slowly, like he could restore control one button at a time. Do not make a scene. The words hit a place in me worn thin by years of them. Do not make a scene when he forgot dinner. Do not make a scene when he flirted too openly. Do not make a scene when he left me at events and came back smelling like another woman's perfume. Do not make a scene when he made a joke that turned me into the punchline. Do not make a scene when his family looked at me like I had wandered in through the service entrance. My hands curled at my sides. I'm asking how long you've been sleeping with my best friend. Marissa flinched at the word sleeping, as if vulgarity offended her now. Adrian's expression cooled. There was the version of him I hated most, the beautiful, controlled cruelty he saved for moments when I stopped being easy. You really want to do this tonight? He asked. Yes. His mouth twisted slightly. Fine. Long enough. The answer struck harder than a number would have. Long enough. Long enough for them to build habits. Long enough for them to make jokes behind my back. Long enough for Marissa to sit on my bed and help me plan a wedding to a man whose hands she already knew. My throat tightened until it hurt. I turned to her. You helped me pick my vows. For 1 second, guilt flickered across her face. Then she killed it. Marissa had always been better at survival than remorse. You were going to marry him anyway, she said softly. I stared at her. What? Her eyes lifted, bright and cruel beneath the shine of unshed tears. You were going to marry him anyway, Celeste. You always forgive him. You always explain him. You always stand there looking grateful for scraps and call it loyalty. The room tilted, Adrian said. Marissa? But he did not sound horrified. He sounded annoyed she had said too much. Marissa looked at him, then back at me. Something bitter twisting her pretty mouth. You think you earned this family because he put a ring on your finger? She asked. You got lucky, that's all. You were standing in the right place when he decided he needed a fiancé who looked harmless. My lips parted. I could not breathe around the shock. She had hated me. All this time, she had held my hand with hatred tucked under her nails. That's not true, I whispered. No? She gave a small laugh, and this one had no sweetness in it. Look downstairs, Celeste. Look at them. They don't want you. They tolerate you because Adrian brought you in. You don't have their blood, their money, their name, their manners. You don't even know which fork to pick up until someone else moves first. My eyes burned. I hated her for noticing. I hated myself more for having needed her help. Adrian stepped forward. Enough. Finally, I thought. Finally, he would defend me. But he looked at me, not her. You need to calm down before you embarrass yourself. Something inside me cracked clean through. Embarrass myself? You're emotional. I found you with her. And you are about to turn a private mistake into a public disaster. A private mistake. That was what he called ruining my life upstairs, while guests toasted our engagement downstairs. I looked at the disturbed bed, at Marissa's red mouth, at Adrian's hands, still steady, still beautiful, still the hands I had once imagined wearing a wedding band beside mine. Was I ever enough for you? I asked. The question came out before pride could stop it. Adrian's face shifted. For one heartbeat, I saw pity. Pity was worse than hatred. Celeste, he said, quieter now, as if he were explaining something to a child. Men like me make mistakes. Smart women learn what matters. Marissa looked away, but not before I saw her smile. Small. Victorious, he kept going. This does not have to ruin anything. We go downstairs. You fix your makeup. We finish the party. Tomorrow, when you are not hysterical, we discuss boundaries. Boundaries. The word was so absurd I almost laughed again. Instead, I lifted my hand and looked at the diamond. His diamond. His mark. His ownership dressed as love. Then I looked at him. You brought her into this house tonight. His expression hardened. I brought everyone into this house tonight. It is an engagement party. You touched her while people were congratulating me. His patience thinned. Do you want me to apologize, or do you want to keep bleeding all over the furniture? Marissa inhaled sharply, but I could not tell if it was shock or pleasure. My face went cold. There were sentences that did not wound because they were cruel. They wounded because they revealed the truth of how little someone feared losing you. Adrian did not fear losing me. He feared losing control of the room. I turned and walked out. Celeste. I did not stop. Celeste, do not go downstairs like this. I walked faster. The hallway blurred. My heels struck the floor too sharply, each step carrying me past portraits of dead Vale men who stared down like they had seen women destroyed in this house before and called it tradition. Behind me, Adrian cursed. Marissa said something low. I reached the top of the staircase. The party waited beneath me in gold light. Music, laughter, glasses raised. My future spread across the ballroom like something expensive and rotten. For one terrible second, I almost turned back, not because I wanted him. Because I knew what would happen if I went down there with my face broken open. People would stare. They would whisper. They would know. And I had been trained so well to avoid public shame that my first instinct was still to protect the man who had caused it. Then Adrian's voice echoed in my head. Smart women learn what matters. I began walking down the stairs. The first person to notice was a woman in emerald silk. Her laugh died mid-sentence. Then her husband turned. Then someone else. And someone else. By the time I reached the bottom step, half the ballroom had gone quiet. I felt every eye on my face, every smear of pain I had failed to hide, every breath I could not take properly. The quartet stumbled, then stopped. A champagne glass clinked against marble somewhere to my left. I heard Adrian behind me before I saw him. Celeste. His voice had changed, public voice, worried, measured. The performance began. He came down the staircase with his shirt fixed, hair smoothed, face arranged into patient concern. Marissa followed several steps behind, lipstick repaired, dignity rebuilt, eyes shining as if she had survived something terrible. The sight of her nearly made me sick. Adrian reached my side and touched my elbow. I jerked away. The movement was small, but the room saw it. His jaw tightened. He smiled anyway. My fiancé is overwhelmed, he said to the nearest cluster of guests. It has been an emotional evening. A murmur passed through the room. I stared at him. He leaned closer, still smiling. Do not do this, he said through his teeth. I looked out over the ballroom. People I did not know watched with greedy concern. People who had ignored me all night now looked fascinated by my pain. Adrian Vale stood near a fountain of champagne, one hand at her pearls, her eyes narrowed. And near the far side of the room, by the black marble fireplace, Dominic Vale watched everything. Adrian's father, the man who owned the house, the company, the city's quiet fears. Dominic did not move. He did not look shocked. He looked like he had been waiting for some he hated being right about. His eyes were on my face, not my dress, not the scandal, me. For 1 second, that nearly broke me. Adrian's hand closed around my wrist. Not hard enough to bruise, hard enough to remind me who he thought I was. Smile, he whispered. The word pulled me back into my body. I looked down at his hand. Then at him. No. His smile thinned. What did you say? I pulled my wrist free. This time the whole front row of guests saw. I said no. Adrian's eyes flashed. Marissa appeared at his side, tears already gathering. She was magnificent at it. The wounded friend, the innocent bystander, the woman who had been caught and still somehow wanted the room to believe she had been harmed. Celeste, she whispered. Please, not like this. Something cruel and clean moved through me. Not like this? I repeated. Adrian's face warned me. I ignored it. You mean not downstairs? Not in front of witnesses? Not while your lipstick is still on his mouth? The ballroom inhaled. Someone gasped. Marissa went pale. Adrian's control cracked. Enough, I laughed softly. It sounded nothing like me. No, Adrian. Enough was upstairs. Enough was when you told me rich men make mistakes and smart women forgive them. Enough was when my best friend called me lucky for being tolerated by your family. A wave of whispers swept the room. Adrian stepped closer, his face darkening. You are humiliating yourself. No, I said, I'm just finally letting everyone else see what you did. His eyes went cold. There. The real man, not the charming heir. Not the devoted fiancé, not the golden son of Dominic Vale, the boy who had always known someone would clean up his mess. You should be careful, he said quietly. The threat was meant only for me, but another voice answered. No, Dominic Vale said from across the room. You should. The room went dead silent. Dominic moved toward us. He did not rush. He did not need to. The crowd parted before him like fear had etiquette. Every step he took changed the air. Men straightened. Women stopped whispering. Security near the doors shifted almost invisibly, hands folding in front of them, eyes alert. I had always known Dominic was powerful, but I had never felt it like this. Not wealth, rule. He stopped beside me, close enough that I could feel the heat of him without being touched. His gaze moved to Adrian. Were you finished humiliating her? He asked, voice calm. Or did you intend to continue in front of my guests? Adrian's face flushed. This is between me and Celeste. Is it? Dominic asked. Adrian's mouth tightened. Father? The word should have softened something. It did not. Dominic looked at Marissa. She took one step back before she caught herself. Smart girl. Miss Cole, Dominic said. Her lips parted. Mr. Vale, do not. She stopped. One word. That was all it took. Dominic turned back to Adrian. You brought a mistress into my house during your engagement party. Marissa flinched as if the word had slapped her. Adrian's hands curled. Do not call her that. I stared at him. Of all the things to defend, of all the wounds in the room, he defended her title. Dominic noticed too. His eyes hardened. You defend the woman you dishonored her with before you defend the woman wearing your ring. Adrian glanced at me, and for one terrible second, I saw calculation. Not remorse. Strategy. He reached for me again. Celeste, listen to me. Dominic caught his wrist before Adrian touched me. The motion was fast, controlled, quietly violent. Adrian froze. Dominic did not squeeze hard. He did not have to. Do not put your hands on her unless she asks you to. Every nerve in my body lit. The words were not romantic. They were law. Adrian pulled his hand back, humiliated. This is ridiculous, he snapped. She is my fiancée. Dominic looked at me then. The force of his attention almost made me step back. Not because it was cruel, because it was careful. What do you want, Celeste? My name in his mouth silenced the room more deeply than his threat had. No one had asked me that tonight. Not what I understood, not what I would forgive, not how I would behave. What I wanted. My throat tightened. Adrian let out a bitter laugh. She wants attention. Dominic did not look away from me. What do you want? He asked again. The answer rose from somewhere I had never let speak. Raw. Ashamed, furious. I want him to feel as small as he made me feel. Adrian's face changed. Marissa's did too. Dominic held my gaze for one long second. Then he extended his hand. Not grabbed, not commanded, offered. The whole ballroom watched his hand between us. Large, steady, powerful enough to ruin men, open enough for me to refuse. My heart slammed against my ribs. Adrian laughed once, but it shook. What the hell are you doing? Dominic's eyes remained on me, giving her a choice. The word choice broke something loose in me. I looked at Adrian, the man I had loved, the man who had made me beg for decency in 1,000 small ways. Then I looked at Marissa, my best friend, wearing a face full of fake tears and envy. Then I looked at Dominic's hand. I placed mine in it. The room exploded in whispers. Adrian went white. Dominic's fingers closed around mine, warm, firm, not trapping, holding. He turned to face the room, and every whisper died as if cut. The engagement arrangement between my son and Celeste Marrow is ended, he said. Adrian stepped forward. You don't get to decide that. Dominic looked at him. I just did. You cannot take my fiancé. Dominic's expression did not change, but something about him became colder. She stopped being yours the moment you mistook her loyalty for weakness. Adrian's breathing changed. Marissa stared at Dominic's hand around mine, her eyes bright with something uglier than shock. She had wanted Adrian's place beside me. She had not imagined there was a higher one. Dominic looked down at me. One last silent question. Not soft, not gentle, but there. Are you certain enough to let this happen? I thought of the bedroom, the bed, the laughter, the years of swallowing less and calling it love. I squeezed his hand once. Dominic turned back to Adrian. You wanted to teach her what her place was, he said. Allow me to correct you. Adrian's lips parted. Dominic's voice carried through the ballroom, smooth as black ice. By tomorrow night, Celeste Marrow will no longer be your fiancée. The world seemed to stop. He looked at his son, then at every person who had watched me bleed and called it entertainment. She will be my wife. A sound moved through the room. Shock, scandal, hunger. Adrian stared at him like the floor had disappeared. No, he said. Dominic's hand tightened around mine, just enough for me to feel the shape of the choice I had made. Yes. Adrian looked at me then, not heartbroken, not sorry, terrified, because for the first time in his life, someone had taken the thing he thought he could mistreat and still keep. Dominic leaned closer to his son, his voice quiet enough that only those nearest heard it. By tomorrow night, you will address the woman you humiliated as Mrs. Vale. My pulse thundered. Adrian looked sick. Dominic's next words landed like a blade dropped onto marble. And if you ever call her yours again, you will learn what it costs to steal from your father. Chapter 2. Adrian laughed like his father had told a joke, but no one in the ballroom was brave enough to join him. That was the first time I understood the difference between being rich and being powerful. Adrian was rich. Dominic Vale was powerful. Rich made people smile when they hated you. Power made them stop breathing. The room stood frozen around us, 200 guests trapped beneath crystal chandeliers, champagne glasses suspended halfway to mouths, gossip dying on tongues that had been so eager to taste my humiliation a moment before. My hand was still inside Dominic's, warm, steady, terrifyingly real. Across from me, Adrian's face kept shifting like he could not decide which mask would save him. He tried disbelief first, then amusement, then anger, then that wounded son expression I had watched him use on his father at dinners when he wanted something expensive without earning it. You're not serious, Adrian said. Dominic did not blink. I do not make announcements in my own home for entertainment. A nervous ripple moved through the room. Marissa stood just behind Adrian, her perfect red mouth parted, her eyes fixed on Dominic's hand holding mine. That look told me everything. She had thought she was stealing my future. She had never imagined there was a higher seat at the table. Adrian turned on me, and the wounded mask died completely. Celeste, tell him no. It was not a plea. It was an order dressed in panic. My throat felt raw, like every word I had swallowed for 4 years had left scratches on the way down. I looked at him, at the man who had touched another woman while my engagement ring still sat on my finger. The man who had called my devastation emotional. The man who had told me to smile because my pain was inconvenient. Then I looked down at that ring. The diamond burned under the chandelier light. Beautiful. Heavy. A cage with excellent clarity. I pulled my hand from Dominic's only long enough to twist the ring off. It did not come easily. My skin was damp, my knuckles swollen from a night of holding too tightly to a life that had already let go of me. Adrian's eyes dropped to my hand. Celeste, there was a warning in it, not sadness, not regret. A warning. I gave one hard tug, and the ring slipped free. For a second it sat in my palm like a bright dead thing. Then I walked to the nearest champagne tower, picked up Adrian's untouched glass from the edge of the table, and dropped the ring inside. It hit the bottom with a small, sharp sound. The whole room heard it. Adrian stared at the glass. Gold champagne swallowed the diamond until it looked warped and distant. There, I said, and my voice did not shake nearly as much as it should have. Now you can drink to your mistake. Someone gasped. Marissa's face went white. Adrian looked at me slowly, and for the first time that night, I saw something like hatred underneath his beauty. You think this makes you strong? He asked. No, I said. I think it makes me done. His jaw tightened. Dominic's voice cut through the air before Adrian could answer. Everyone out. The words were not shouted. They did not need to be. For one stunned moment, no one moved. Then security shifted near the doors. That was all it took. The ballroom began to empty in a hush of silk, whispers, and expensive panic. Guests avoided my eyes as they passed, though plenty stared when they thought I would not see. A senator's wife squeezed her husband's arm so hard his knuckles whitened. Vivian Vale swept past me with her mouth pressed thin, diamonds trembling at her throat as if I had personally offended the ancestors in the portraits. Good, let them be offended. Let the whole rotten room choke on what Adrian had done. Marissa moved toward Adrian as the crowd thinned, her hand lifted, soft and careful, aiming for his sleeve. "Adrian," she whispered. He jerked away from her touch so sharply she froze. The rejection flashed across her face before she could hide it. Pain first, then humiliation, then fury. It vanished behind tears almost immediately, but I had seen it. She had not expected that. She had thought the affair meant something. She had thought tonight would end with me broken, Adrian angry but still hers, and maybe tomorrow she would be the woman people whispered about with envy instead of contempt. Instead, Adrian had defended her only when Dominic called her a mistress. Now, with his inheritance, pride, and position bleeding in public, he wanted no fingerprints on the weapon. Marissa looked at me then. For 1 second, her mask slipped completely. She hated me, not because I had been betrayed, because I had survived in a way that cost her the reward she thought she had earned. Dominic saw that look too. I felt it in the way the air beside me changed. "Miss Cole," he said. Marissa startled. "Yes, you will leave my home." Her lower lip trembled. "Mr. Vale, please, I never meant. I said leave." The ballroom went colder. Marissa's eyes filled faster. She looked to Adrian. He did not look back. That small cruelty should have satisfied me. It did not. It only confirmed how stupid I had been to believe I was different. Marissa pressed a hand to her stomach as if she had been wounded there, then turned and walked toward the doors, escorted by one of Dominic's men. She did not cry until she was almost out. Even then, I could not tell if the tears were real. When the last guests disappeared and the doors closed, the ballroom became enormous around us. Too much marble, too many flowers, too many candles burning for an engagement that had died upstairs. Only 4 people remained. Dominic, Adrian, me, and Nico, the older security man standing near the fireplace with his hands folded in front of him, and the watchful stillness of someone who had cleaned up more than spilled champagne in this house. Adrian turned on his father. "You've lost your mind." Dominic released my hand. The loss of warmth made me realize how hard I had been leaning on. I straightened before either of them could notice. Dominic noticed anyway. His eyes flicked to my face, then back to his son. "No," he said. "I lost patience." "With me?" Adrian's laugh was sharp and ugly. "Over her?" My body flinched before I could stop it. Her, not Celeste, not my fiancée, not the woman I hurt. Her. Dominic stepped. "Not much, just enough." "Careful." Adrian's face flushed. "You announced you're marrying my fiancée in front of half the city, and I'm the one who needs to be careful? She is not your fiancée. She was an hour ago. She was humiliated by you an hour ago." Adrian's mouth curled. "So what? This is punishment? You take my woman because I embarrassed you in your own house?" Dominic's expression did not move, but the room changed. I felt it before I understood it. The danger was no longer polished. It had teeth. "You still believe this is about embarrassment," Dominic said. Adrian's eyes flicked toward me. "She's not worth this." The words landed, not like a slap, like confirmation. My chest hurt, but not the way it had upstairs. Something was burning through the pain now. Something cleaner. Dominic went very still. Nico shifted near the fireplace. Adrian did not notice. He was too focused on his own wound. "She doesn't belong here," he said. "She never did. You know that. Everyone knows that. She was useful, pretty, easy enough to manage, but she is not Vale. She is not blood. She is not—" Dominic hit him. Not with a fist, with an open hand, fast, controlled. The sound cracked through the ballroom like glass breaking. Adrian's head turned with the force of it. I stopped breathing. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Adrian slowly faced his father again, one hand lifting to his cheek. Shock had emptied him. Dominic's voice stayed low. "You will not speak of my future wife as if she is furniture you misplaced." My heart slammed so hard I felt it in my throat. Future wife. The words should have sounded insane. They did sound insane. But in that room, with my engagement ring drowning in Adrian's champagne and my ex-fiancé staring at me like he'd never imagined I could be defended, the insanity had shape, a dangerous shape. A possible one. Adrian laughed once, breathless. "You cannot be serious." Dominic turned to Nico. "Escort him out." Adrian's face twisted. "I live here. Not tonight. You cannot throw me out of my own family home. Dominic's eyes hardened. This is my home. Adrian looked at me. Whatever he saw on my face made his rage sharpen. You'll regret this, he said. Both of you. I believed him. That was the frightening part. Not the threat itself, the certainty behind it. Dominic did not even glance at me. Take him. Nico moved. Adrian did not fight physically. Men like Adrian rarely did when real force arrived. He adjusted his jacket, lifted his chin, and walked toward the doors with the brittle dignity of someone who believed consequences were temporary inconveniences. At the threshold, he stopped. He looked back at me. You think he's saving you? I said nothing. He smiled. It was cruel, familiar. You should ask what happened to the last woman who wore his ring. Dominic's face went blank, not calm, blank, a terrible, empty stillness. Nico took Adrian by the arm and removed him before he could say another word. The doors closed. Silence fell hard. I stood in the middle of the ballroom, shaking so badly now that I had to fold my arms across my body to hide it. The last woman who wore his ring. The sentence crawled over my skin. I knew Dominic had been married before. Everyone knew that. Evelina Vale had died years ago. Adrian's mother, beautiful, quiet, a woman people mentioned in hushed tones at parties as if grief became classier when dressed in mystery. I had never asked Adrian about her. He never answered anything real about his family, unless it made him look wounded in a flattering way. Now, with Adrian's words sitting between us like a fresh corpse, Dominic turned toward me. I apologize. The words surprised me, not because they were soft, because they were immediate. For what? I asked. For my son's cruelty. I laughed once, too tired for humor. You'll be apologizing a long time if you take responsibility for that. Something in his eyes shifted. Almost approval. Almost pain. The ballroom seemed suddenly too large, too bright, too full of dead flowers and dying candles. I looked toward the champagne glass with my ring at the bottom. What happens now? Dominic's gaze followed mine. Now, he said, you decide whether tonight becomes something they did to you or something you use. I looked back at him. That was not comfort. That was a weapon placed carefully on a table. I don't even know what you offered me. No, he said, you do not. And you announced it anyway. Yes. Anger sparked through me. Thank God, anger was easier than grief. You had no right. No. The answer disarmed me. I blinked. Dominic held my stare without flinching. I had no right to decide for you, he said. I had every intention of making that clear the moment the room was empty. I hated that he sounded reasonable. I hated more that I believed him. Then why say it? Because Adrian was still writing the story. His voice lowered. And if I did not interrupt him, by morning you would be the unstable fiancé who caused a scene. Marissa would be the confused friend, and Adrian would be the charming heir asking for privacy during a difficult personal matter. My stomach turned because he was right. That was exactly what would have happened. I could already see the whispers rearranging themselves around Adrian's version of the night. Celeste got emotional. Celeste misunderstood. Celeste was insecure. Celeste did not know how to handle a family like the Vales. Dominic stepped aside and gestured toward the open doors near the far hall. My study. I did not move. His gaze softened by a fraction, not enough to make him gentle, enough to make the choice visible. You may leave this house tonight with a driver, security, and no further conversation, he said, or you may come with me and read what I am actually offering. Nothing is binding until you choose it. Choice. Again. The word kept appearing where Adrian had always put pressure. I looked around the ballroom one last time, at the dying party, the empty chairs, the ring in the glass, the life I had thought I was getting. Then I walked toward the study. Dominic did not touch me as I passed. That mattered. His study was nothing like Adrian's rooms. No careless luxury, no bottles left open, no jacket tossed over a chair by someone who assumed staff would clean his life for him. Dominic's study was dark wood, leather, bookshelves, low firelight, and order so precise it felt almost violent. Papers sat aligned on his desk. A fountain pen rested beside a closed folder. A decanter stood untouched on a sideboard. The room smelled like smoke, cedar, and power. I stopped near the chair in front of his desk. Dominic closed the door behind us, but did not lock it. I noticed. He noticed me noticing. You can leave at any time, he said. My throat tightened. Stop saying things that make you sound decent. His eyes held mine. Would you prefer I lie? I would prefer tonight to make sense. That I cannot offer. Fair. Painfully fair. He moved behind the desk and opened the folder. This is a proposed marriage contract. The words landed like cold water. Even after the announcement, even after walking into the study, even after placing my hand in his, hearing it stated plainly made my knees feel weak. Marriage contract. To Dominic Vale, my ex-fiancé's father. The city would choke on it. Adrian would burn. Marissa would bleed envy. And I did not know what I would become. Dominic slid the document across the desk. I stared at it. My lawyers prepared something this quickly, I asked. No. My eyes lifted. His expression did not change. This contract was drafted in a more general form years ago. That sent a chill through me. For who? For situations requiring alliance protection and controlled public legitimacy. Mafia language dressed in legal tailoring. Dominic Vale did not improvise power. He kept it waiting in folders. I sat slowly. The chair was too comfortable. It made me feel unsteady. What does it say? You will read it with independent counsel tomorrow before signing anything final. You said tomorrow I would be your wife. I said that to Adrian. The honesty was brutal. My eyes narrowed. So this is only revenge? No. The answer came too quickly to be strategy. I went still. Dominic looked down at the contract, then back at me. Revenge opened the door, he said. It is not the whole house. My breath caught. I hated the way he said things like that, like he had already looked further into me than anyone had permission to. He continued, voice calm. If you agree, the public marriage will give you my name, my protection, and legal standing in this house and in every room where Adrian's family would otherwise try to reduce you. I looked at the pages. And money. Yes, at least you're honest. Money is not romance, Celeste. It is mobility. It is defense. It is the difference between needing shelter and choosing where to stand. My eyes burned. I looked away. He had found another bruise without touching me. Dominic did not press. He turned the page toward me. You would receive a settlement independent of the marriage duration, a residence in your name, private security for as long as necessary, full legal representation paid through a blind trust so no attorney answers to me over you. If after 1 year you want a divorce, you may file without contest. If you want an annulment earlier due to coercion, mistreatment, or regret, the contract preserves your assets. My fingers gripped the edge of the chair. A way out. He had built in a way out before I even knew where the door was. What do you get? I asked. Dominic's eyes lifted. A wife. My pulse tripped. The words were simple. Too simple. Do not say it like that. Like what? Like it means something. His face gave nothing away. It would. The room went very quiet. I became aware of the fire cracking softly, the distant sound of staff moving beyond the walls, the champagne still sour in my throat. You don't know me, I said. I know enough. No, you've seen me at dinners, parties, standing beside Adrian like an idiot. His expression hardened. You were never an idiot. I laughed softly, bitterly. You weren't upstairs. No, he said. But I have watched my son leave you alone in rooms where he should have held your hand. I have watched you swallow insults he pretended not to hear. I have watched you smile when you were hurt because you thought dignity required silence. My breath left me. The words struck too deep. I stared at him, horrified by the intimacy of being seen in moments I thought I had hidden. Why didn't you say anything? His jaw tightened. Because you loved him. That answer should not have hurt. It did. Because it was true. Because some part of me, even now, was standing over the corpse of that love and wondering how something so dead could still ache. Dominic looked toward the door, as if hearing something before I did. Then the handle turned. Adrian stormed in. Nico was behind him instantly, but Dominic raised one hand. Nico stopped. Adrian's face was flushed, his cheek still faintly red from his father's slap. You cannot do this, he said. Dominic's voice cooled. You are confused about what I can do. Adrian ignored him and looked at me. The force of his attention felt like old hands on old bruises. Celeste, you're angry. I understand that. I almost laughed. He understood nothing. You're letting him manipulate you, Adrian continued. He's using you to punish me. Yes, I said. He blinked. The honesty clearly disrupted his speech. Yes, I repeated, partly. Adrian stepped closer. Then don't be stupid. Dominic stood. One motion. Adrian stopped. But his eyes stayed on me. You think you're the first woman he's protected? Adrian asked. You think this house doesn't know how to make a prison look like a palace? A chill crawled up my spine. Dominic's voice went soft. Do not. Adrian smiled without humor. There she is, he said, watching my face. Now you're wondering. I hated that he was right. I hated that fear could still be planted in me by a man with another woman's lipstick barely scrubbed from his skin. What happened to your mother? I asked quietly. The room froze. Dominic's eyes came to me. For the first time all night, I saw something break through his control. Pain. Old. Deep. Adrian's smile widened because he saw it too. Ask him, Adrian said. Ask what happens to women who wear his ring and don't know how to breathe inside his protection. Dominic moved around the desk. Enough. No, Adrian snapped. She should know. She wants to trade one Vale man for another. Let her know what she's climbing into bed with. My stomach turned. Dominic's hand shot out and caught Adrian by the front of his jacket. This time it was not quiet. Adrian slammed back against the bookshelf hard enough to rattle glass. I stood so fast the chair scraped behind me. Dominic's face was inches from his son's. You will not use your mother's death to frighten a woman you already humiliated. Adrian's throat moved. For the first time he looked afraid. Not of being embarrassed, of his father. The room held its breath around them. Then Dominic released him. Adrian straightened his jacket with shaking hands, trying to rebuild arrogance from scraps. He looked at me again. You sign that, he said, and you deserve what happens. The words landed differently now, not because they frightened me less, because they sounded desperate. Dominic turned to Nico. Remove him from the property. If he returns tonight, restrain him. Nico stepped forward. Adrian laughed, but it cracked. You would do that to your own son? Dominic's face went still. You did this to yourself. Nico took him out. This time, Adrian fought the grip for half a second before pride made him stop. The door closed behind them. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes on the contract. Dominic did not speak. That restraint, after the violence of a moment ago, made the silence heavier. Finally, I asked, Did you kill her? The question was horrible. I knew it was horrible, but Adrian had put it in the room, and I could not pretend it was not breathing beside us. Dominic's face changed. Not anger. Grief. No. I believed him. Immediately. That almost scared me more than doubt would have. Then what happened? His eyes held mine. That truth deserves more than being used as a weapon while you are still bleeding from another man. I hated that answer. I respected it too. What if I need to know before I choose? Then you do not choose tonight. I stared at him. He meant it. He would let me walk away with the question unanswered rather than force a decision through fog. Adrian would have pressed. Dominic stepped back. There was the difference. I looked down at the contract again. The pages waited. Money, security, a name that could shield me, a name that could ruin me, an exit clause, a weapon, a door. My hand trembled when I touched the pen. Dominic's voice came quietly. You do not have to sign. I know. You should speak to counsel. I will. You should sleep. I won't. His mouth tightened. I looked up at him. Will you force me to stay if I sign? No. Will you touch me if I don't ask you to? No. Will you lie to me about what this is? No. My fingers tightened around the pen. Is this revenge? Yes. Painfully honest. Is it only revenge? His gaze held mine for a long moment. No. My heart stumbled. I wanted to ask what else. I was afraid of the answer. So I signed the preliminary agreement. Not the final contract. Not the marriage certificate. Just the first document saying I understood the offer. That I wanted counsel. That I consented to continue. Still, the sound of the pen scratching over paper felt like thunder. When I finished, I set it down. Dominic looked at my signature. Then at me. Nothing triumphant crossed his face. No smile, no satisfaction. Only a sober recognition that something dangerous had begun. From somewhere beyond the study, a door slammed. Adrian leaving, or being removed. I stood very still. Dominic walked to the sideboard and poured a glass of water, not whiskey. He brought it to me and set it on the desk within reach. The small care nearly broke me more than the contract had. I don't want kindness from you right now, I whispered. His eyes lifted. Why? Because I might believe it. Something moved in his face, a restraint so sharp it looked painful. Then believe this instead, he said. Adrian lost you because he thought your pain would keep obeying him. My throat tightened. Dominic stepped back, giving me space with the same precision he used to command rooms. He lost you, he said, the moment he thought you would beg. I looked down at my name on the paper. Celeste Marrow. Not Vale. Not yet, but no longer his. Outside the study windows, the night pressed black against the glass. Inside, the fire kept burning, and for the first time since I opened that bedroom door, I felt the smallest, most dangerous flicker of something that was not humiliation. Power. Chapter 3. Adrian screamed my name outside the courthouse like volume could still make me belong to him. The sound cut through the old stone walls, muffled by thick doors, guards, and Dominic Vale's money, but I heard it anyway. Everyone did. The clerk behind the desk stopped sorting papers. The judge paused with his pen above the marriage license. The attorney standing to my left looked down at his tablet like the floor had suddenly become fascinating. Dominic did not move. That was the frightening part. He stood beside me in a black suit that looked like it had been made 5 minutes after war was invented, one hand relaxed at his side, his face calm, his attention on the judge as if his son were not trying to tear the building apart on the other side of the doors. Celeste! Adrian's voice broke on the second shout. Not with pain, with rage. The same rage he wore whenever life refused to bend fast enough. I stared at the license on the desk. My name was printed neatly beneath Dominic's. Celeste Marrow. Dominic Aurelio Vale. The letters looked impossible together, like a threat written by a stranger. 24 hours ago, I had been Adrian's fiancée, smiling under chandeliers, wearing his ring, swallowing insults with champagne because I thought love meant endurance. Now I stood in a private courthouse room before noon, wearing a cream silk dress. Dominic's staff had sent up with breakfast I could not eat, preparing to marry his father, while Adrian raged outside like a dethroned prince. A woman could lose her life without dying. I knew because mine was lying somewhere in Dominic's ballroom, curled around a champagne glass with a diamond at the bottom. The judge cleared his throat. Miss Marrow. My eyes lifted. He was an older man with silver brows and a face trained not to react to wealthy people's sins. But even he looked at me differently. Not with judgment exactly. Concern. That almost undid me. Before we proceed, he said carefully, I need to ask whether you are entering this marriage freely. Adrian slammed into the outer doors hard enough that the sound echoed down the hall. Celeste, open the damn door! My throat tightened. Freely. What a clean word for such a messy thing. Was I free? I was humiliated, furious, bruised in places no one could photograph. I was standing beside a man who had announced marriage like a sentence in front of 200 people. But I had a contract. A lawyer who had spoken to me alone that morning, an exit clause, money in my own name, protection that did not require me to smile at Adrian's family and pretend I was grateful. And Dominic had said no every time the question mattered. No, I do not own your body. No, I will not force you to stay. No, this is not only revenge. My hands were cold. Dominic did not touch them. I noticed that more than I should have. He stood close enough for the world to understand he was with me and far enough that I could still breathe. The judge waited. Behind the doors, Adrian shouted something I could not understand. I looked at Dominic. He turned his head slightly, meeting my eyes. There was no smile, no pressure, no soft lie that this would be easy. Only a question in the stillness of his face. Do you choose this, or do we walk out? That was when my answer came, not from anger, not from revenge, from the small, wounded part of me that understood if I walked out because Adrian was screaming, then he would still be deciding what I did with my life. I turned back to the judge. Yes, I said. My voice shook, but it held. I am entering freely. The judge looked at me for another second, then nodded. And Mr. Vale? Dominic's answer came without hesitation. Yes. One word. Steady as stone. Adrian went silent outside. Maybe he heard. Maybe something in the building carried consequences better than sound. The ceremony itself was short, brutally short. No flowers, no music, no guests except Dominic's attorney, Nico, near the door, and a woman from the clerk's office, who kept trying not to look at me with too much sympathy. The judge read words about lawful marriage and mutual consent while my pulse beat so hard in my throat I wondered if everyone could see it. Dominic repeated his vows in a voice that did not tremble. I repeated mine in a voice that did, not because I regretted it, because I understood too late that a vow had weight even when born from ruin. When the judge reached the end, he looked at Dominic. "You may kiss the bride." The room changed, barely, but I felt it. Every nerve in my body went still. Dominic turned toward me. He was close enough now that I could see the faint shadow along his jaw, the tiny scar near his mouth, the darkness in his eyes that made powerful men choose their words carefully. My husband. The thought hit so hard my lungs forgot themselves. My ex-fiancé's father. My shield. My revenge. My worst decision. Maybe my first real choice. Dominic looked at my mouth. Only once. A brief lowering of his gaze that made heat flash through me before shame could smother it. Then his eyes returned to mine. He lifted his hand slowly, giving me time to move away. I did not. His fingers touched my cheek. Not possessive, not theatrical. Just enough contact to steady the room. Then he bent and pressed his mouth to my forehead. The kiss was warm, brief, devastating. No one could call it passion. No one could call it ownership. No one could call it a performance. It said something worse. It said restraint. It said he knew exactly what he could have taken from that moment and chose not to. My eyes burned. Dominic pulled back, his hand lowered. The judge cleared his throat, softer now. "Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Vale, Mrs. Vale." The name entered me like a key turning in a lock. Outside, Adrian roared. This time, I did flinch. Dominic saw. His face did not change, but his attention sharpened toward the doors. Nico's hand moved once near his jacket. The judge looked nervous. Dominic took my hand, not gripping, offering. I slid my fingers into his. The doors opened before we reached them. Adrian stood in the hallway, with 2 courthouse security officers and one of Dominic's men blocking him from entering. His hair was disordered, his eyes bloodshot, his cheek still faintly marked from Dominic's slap the night before. He looked at our joined hands, then at my face, then at Dominic. For the first time in all the years I had known him, Adrian looked truly lost. Not because he loved me too much, because I had moved to a place he could not reach with charm. "You did it," he said. No one answered. His gaze snapped to me. "You actually did it." I swallowed. "Yes." His mouth twisted. "You think signing his name makes you powerful?" I felt Dominic's finger still around mine, a warning, not to me, to himself. I lifted my chin. "No," I said. "I think it makes me your father's wife." The words hit him like a slap. His face went pale beneath the rage. He stepped forward, but security moved with him. "Don't," Dominic said. "Just that." Adrian stopped. His eyes burned into me. "This is not real. You're angry. You're trying to punish me." "I am angry," I said, "and you are punished." His nostrils flared. "But this is real enough for a judge," I said. "Real enough for the license. Real enough for every person who will call me Mrs. Vale before they ever call me yours again." Adrian's mouth parted. No answer came. Maybe because somewhere inside his spoiled, beautiful head, the hierarchy had finally shifted. Yesterday, I had been the woman he expected to forgive him. Today, by law and by scandal, I was above him in his own family, his father's wife. Adrian looked at Dominic. "You think this ends here?" Dominic's voice was low. "No." A chill moved through me. "Good," Adrian said. "Then we understand each other." His eyes returned to me one last time. For a second, grief crossed his face so quickly I almost doubted it had been there. Then cruelty covered it. "You'll come back crying." I stepped closer to Dominic, not hiding, choosing position. "No," I said. "If I cry, it won't be where you can see." Adrian's jaw tightened. Dominic led me past him. My shoulder brushed the air near Adrian's jacket, and I felt him tense like he wanted to grab me. He did not. Maybe because Dominic was there. Maybe because for once, a public room had too many witnesses he could not manipulate. Outside the courthouse, cameras waited. Dominic had warned me in the car that someone would leak the marriage filing. Maybe Adrian. Maybe a clerk. Maybe one of those invisible people who lived on the edges of power and sold secrets one screenshot at a time. Still, the flashbulbs hit like gunfire. Mr. Vale? Celeste, did you marry him for revenge? Dominic, did you steal your son's fiancée? Mrs. Vale, were you involved with him before last night? Mrs. Vale. It landed differently when shouted by strangers. Dominic's hand came to the small of my back. He did not push. He steadied. Eyes forward, he said quietly. I obeyed, because it sounded less like command and more like survival. The car waited at the curb, black, polished, guarded by men who seemed less like drivers and more like a warning in human form. Dominic opened the door for me himself. Reporters shouted louder, Celeste, look this way. Did Adrian cheat? Was Marissa Cole involved? At Marissa's name, my stomach tightened. Dominic leaned close enough for only me to hear. Do not give them your face unless you want to. I turned and looked directly at the cameras. One flash, then another. Let them have it. Let them see the woman they would spend the day calling shameless. Let Adrian see it too. Let him know I did not crawl from the courthouse covered in regret. I slid into the car. Dominic followed. The door closed, and the noise died into a dull roar. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The privacy glass was up. The city moved outside the tinted windows, bright and ordinary, as if my life had not just been legally set on fire. I stared at my hands. No engagement ring, no wedding ring either. The courthouse ceremony had been too fast for that. My finger looked bare, exposed. Dominic noticed. I will not put a ring on your hand today. I looked up. His eyes were on my empty finger. Why? Because rings should not feel like handcuffs. My throat tightened. I looked away quickly, because I did not want him to see how easily that got through me. You say dangerous things like they're nothing? I whispered, they are not nothing. The car slid through traffic. I could feel him beside me without looking. Controlled, silent. Too much. You kissed my forehead, I said. Yes. Why? His gaze came to me then, because the judge gave permission for a kiss, not for me to take advantage of your shock. My chest hurt. You could have kissed me properly. Yes. The honesty stole my breath, and you didn't. No. Because you don't want to? His eyes darkened. The car seemed too small suddenly. I did not say that. Heat moved through me, fast and unwanted. It tangled with grief until I could not tell which feeling was which. I looked out the window. This is insane, I said. Yes. You agree too quickly. I find denying the obvious wastes time. Despite everything, a laugh rose in my throat. Tiny, broken, real. It disappeared almost as soon as it arrived, but Dominic heard it. His mouth did not smile, but something in his face softened. Only slightly. Enough. By the time we reached the mansion, the gates were already lined with cameras outside the property. Dominic's men pushed them back without touching them. The iron gates opened. The car passed through. My stomach knotted. I had been here yesterday as Adrian's fiancée. I returned today as his stepmother. The thought almost made me hysterical. The house rose ahead of us in pale stone and black glass, beautiful enough to intimidate weather. Staff waited inside the foyer, too many of them, housekeeper, butler, security, maids, men I did not recognize, women who had probably seen every version of Vale family disaster and survived by never reacting openly. Dominic stepped out first and offered his hand. I looked at it, then took it. The doors opened. We entered. Every head bowed slightly, not deeply, enough. Mr. Vale, the housekeeper said. Then, after the smallest pause, Mrs. Vale. The name went through the foyer like a dropped match. Mrs. Vale. Some eyes flicked toward me, some away. One young maid looked openly startled before she caught herself. Dominic saw. He always saw. His voice filled the foyer. My wife is to be addressed as Mrs. Vale. Her rooms, her requests, and her privacy are to be respected without hesitation. Anyone who finds that difficult will leave my employment before sunset. No one moved. No one breathed wrong. The housekeeper lowered her head. Yes, sir. Dominic turned to me. Come. He led me up the staircase. The same staircase I had walked down last night with my heart in pieces. The marble looked different now. Or maybe I did. At the top, we passed the hallway where I had opened the bedroom door and lost my old life. I did not look toward it. Dominic noticed that too. He slowed, just slightly. Not enough to make me stop, enough to give me the choice. I kept walking. Good. One step, then another. He took me to the master suite. Not Adrian's wing, not a guest room. His suite. My breath caught when the doors opened. The room was enormous, lined with tall windows and dark wood, a sitting area near the fireplace, a bed large enough to make me feel exposed just looking at it. Fresh cream roses sat on a table, already delivered, already inappropriate. Dominic's eyes went to them. "Remove those," he said. A maid near the door startled. "Sir? No roses." The maid hurried forward and took the vase. I stared at him. "How did you know?" His gaze came to me. "You looked at them like they offended you. They did. Then they go." The simplicity of it hit harder than it should have. Adrian would have told me I was being sensitive. Dominic removed the room's offense. The maid left, closing the door behind her. Suddenly we're alone, truly alone. The silence changed. The bed became larger, the air warmer. I folded my arms across my body. Dominic crossed to the fireplace and stood with his back half turned, giving me space without making a show of it. "This suite is yours," he said. I looked around. "Yours. Ours by law, yours by need." I frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means no one questions why you are here. No one places you in a guest room for the staff to gossip over. No one suggests you are temporary unless you choose to be." I swallowed. "And you?" "I have other rooms." The answer should have relieved me. It did. It also did something else I refused to name. I looked at the bed again, then away. "So I sleep here alone?" "If you want. And if I don't?" Dominic went still. The question had left my mouth before I understood it fully. Not invitation. Not exactly. A test. A dangerous one. He turned toward me slowly. His eyes were darker now. "You are asking from fear." My face heated. "You don't know that?" "Yes," he said. "I do." Anger sparked. "Do not act like you can read every broken part of me." His expression did not soften, but his voice lowered. "I am not reading you. I am watching you try to decide what this marriage costs before I demand payment." The words struck so precisely I could not breathe. Because he was right. I had been waiting for the demand. A kiss, a touch, a debt, something. Men did not give protection for free. Not in Adrian's world. Not in any world I had lived in. Dominic stepped closer. One step only. "My name is yours," he said. "My protection is yours. This room is yours. The contract is yours to use if you ever want out." He paused. "My bed is not a condition. Your body is not part of the agreement. I will never collect you like payment." My eyes burned so fast I had to turn away. I hated him for saying it like that. I hated myself for needing to hear it. "I don't know what to do with you," I whispered. "Good." I looked back at him. His mouth almost curved. Women who know what to do with men like me have usually been taught poorly. That should not have made me want to cry harder. I pressed my fingers to my temples. "I need to get out of this dress." Dominic's gaze lowered once, brief, controlled, then returned to my face. "I will call your maid." "No." The word came too fast. He stilled. I swallowed. Not because of that. I just can't stand another stranger touching me right now." Dominic's eyes searched mine. "I can help with the buttons," he said. "Only the buttons. Only if you ask." My heart began to pound. The dress had a line of tiny silk buttons down the back. I could not reach them all alone. I knew that. He knew that. Everything in the room seemed to lean closer. I turned my back to him. My voice was barely sound. "Please." For a moment, he did not move. Then his footsteps came behind me, slow, measured. He stopped close enough that I felt his warmth before he touched me. "Tell me if you want me to stop." I nodded. His fingers found the first button at the nape of my neck. Careful, so careful. My body went rigid despite myself. He noticed instantly. His hands withdrew. "Celeste, I'm fine." "No." I closed my eyes. A tear slid free before I could stop it. "I hate that I'm shaking." His voice came from behind me, low and steady. "You were betrayed yesterday, married today, hunted by cameras before noon. Your body is allowed to tell the truth." The tear reached my jaw. I laughed once, broken. "You make everything sound like permission." "Maybe you have not had enough of it." That did it. The sob broke through before I could swallow it. I covered my mouth with one hand, furious, humiliated, but Dominic did not touch me. He did not turn me around. He did not gather me up like the moment belonged to him. He stood behind me, close enough that I was not alone and still far enough that I was not trapped. That was what ruined me. Not his power, his restraint. After a minute, I dropped my hand. "Finish," I whispered. His fingers returned to the buttons. One by one, slow, precise. Each loosened button felt like a layer of yesterday coming undone. The dress eased at my shoulders. Dominic stopped before it could slip. "There," he said. I held the front to my chest. "Thank you." He stepped back immediately. I turned enough to see him by the fireplace again, facing away now, giving me privacy. My throat tightened. "You can turn around," I said after I had slipped into the robe laid across the chair. He did. His eyes moved over me once, then away. That almost made me smile. "You're very disciplined," I said. His gaze returned to mine. "No," he said. "I am very aware of what I want." The room went still. My breath caught. Dominic's face remained controlled, but his eyes were not empty. There was heat there. Dark, patient, dangerous because it was leashed. "I should not have said that," he said. "No," I whispered. "You probably shouldn't have." Neither of us moved. The air between us became a thing with teeth. My body remembered his hands at my buttons, his mouth on my forehead, his voice telling me I was allowed to tell the truth. I hated the want that flickered through the wreckage. It felt disloyal to my own pain. Dominic saw the confusion cross my face. His expression tightened. "This is where I leave," he said. My heart kicked. "Because you want to? Because you are not ready to know what happens if I stay." The honesty burned. Before I could answer, a crash sounded from the hallway. Then Adrian's voice, "Open the door." My whole body went cold. Dominic's face changed. The heat vanished. The husband disappeared. The king stepped forward. Another crash. "Celeste!" Adrian shouted. "You don't get to hide in there with him." Dominic moved toward the door. I grabbed his sleeve before I could think. He stopped instantly and looked down at my hand. I let go. "I'm sorry." "Do not apologize for reaching." My throat closed. The door shook under another hit. "You're still mine," Adrian roared from the hallway. Everything in me froze. Dominic turned to the door. He opened it. Adrian stood on the other side, drunk on rage, if not liquor. 2 security men behind him, who looked like they had been trying not to put hands on the boss's son without permission. Dominic filled the doorway so completely Adrian could not see past him to me. "You're in my house," Adrian snapped. Dominic's voice was quiet. "No. You are outside my wife's bedroom." Adrian laughed once, ugly and raw. "Your wife? She was mine yesterday." Dominic stepped into the hall, slowly. Adrian backed up 1 step before pride caught him. I stood behind Dominic in the robe, my hands shaking, my heart pounding so hard I could barely hear. Dominic's voice dropped low enough to make the hallway feel colder. "Say mine about my wife one more time," he said, "and I will show you exactly what happens to men who mistake a woman's loyalty for ownership." Adrian's eyes flicked past Dominic and found me. The look on his face was not love. It was possession, losing its grip. "You'll regret this," he said. Dominic did not look away from his son. "No," he said, "but you will." Chapter 4. By morning, the internet had decided I was a whore with excellent timing. That was the first headline I saw. Not in those exact words, of course. Cowards with press badges had prettier language for destroying women. Abandoned fiancé or ambitious social climber? Celeste Marrow marries billionaire Dominic Vale, hours after breaking engagement to his son. The phone sat on the edge of the bed like it had bitten me. I stared at the screen until the letters blurred. Then another headline loaded beneath it. From son to father, inside the Vale family scandal rocking New York's elite. Another, sources say Celeste Marrow was always too comfortable around Dominic Vale. My stomach turned. The suite was too quiet around me, too beautiful, too enormous for one woman sitting in the middle of a bed she had not slept in properly, wearing a silk robe that probably cost more than my first car. Outside the tall windows, morning spread itself over the Vale estate in soft gold, as if the world had no shame at all. I scrolled again. That was my mistake. The comments were worse. She knew exactly what she was doing. No normal woman marries her boyfriend's father overnight. Adrian dodged a bullet. She probably wanted the father all along. This is why rich men should never date nobodies. Nobodies. I pressed my thumb hard against the screen until the comment disappeared beneath my finger. Another replaced it. Marissa Cole is the real victim. Imagine your friend stealing the whole family because she got embarrassed. My throat closed. Marissa. The article had embedded her statement. A photograph of her appeared beneath the headline, taken from some charity event months ago. She looked soft, pale, wounded, the kind of beautiful that made people want to protect her before asking what she had done. Her caption read, "I never wanted anyone hurt. I am heartbroken by the way certain people twisted private pain into public cruelty. I pray healing comes to everyone involved." Private pain, public cruelty, certain people. She had not named me. She did not need to. Marissa had always known how to throw a knife without leaving fingerprints. I read it twice, then a third time, because apparently humiliation had appetite. Every word had been chosen to make her look devastated and me look vicious. She did not deny anything. She did not admit anything. She simply stood there in soft lighting and let the world fill in the blanks with my sins. My phone buzzed again. Another alert. A gossip page had posted a photo from the courthouse, me stepping out beside Dominic, his hand at my back, my face turned toward the cameras. The caption was vicious. "She doesn't look heartbroken to us." The phone left my hand before I decided to throw it. It hit the wall near the fireplace and dropped to the carpet. The crack of plastic against plaster echoed through the suite, then silence. My breath came too fast. I pressed both hands against my mouth. No crying. Not again. Not where the walls were probably used to women breaking quietly. I had cried upstairs. I had cried in the study. I had cried while Dominic unbuttoned my dress with hands careful enough to undo me. Today, I wanted rage. I wanted something strong. But pain had its own body, and mine was sitting curled on the bed with its knees drawn up, trying not to fall apart because strangers had learned my name and decided they knew my soul. A knock came at the door. I froze. Celeste. Dominic's voice. Low. Controlled. On the other side of the bedroom door, Adrian had tried to break through last night. For one insane second, I almost told him to go away. Then I remembered the phone on the floor, the headlines, Marissa's soft little statement, the world outside already eating me alive. "Come in," I said. The door opened. Dominic entered in a dark suit, already dressed for whatever war men like him fought before breakfast. His eyes went first to me, then to the phone on the carpet, then to the faint mark on the wall. He closed the door behind him. "Who hurt you?" The question landed so differently from what happened that my throat tightened before I could stop it. I laughed once, brittle. Everyone with Wi-Fi. His gaze sharpened. He crossed the room, picked up the phone, and looked at the screen. The crack across the corner did not stop it from glowing. I watched his face as he read. Nothing dramatic happened. No curse. No visible fury. But the air changed. Dominic Vale became very still. That was worse. Men who shouted wanted you to know they were angry. Dominic looked like he was deciding where to place bodies and which ones needed attorneys first. He scrolled once. Then again. His thumb paused. "Marissa," he said. Not a question. A sentence. "She's heartbroken," I said. "Didn't you hear? She never wanted anyone hurt." His eyes lifted to mine. I tried to smile. It came apart before it formed. Dominic set the phone face down on the nightstand. "You are not reading more." The order snapped against my skin. I sat straighter. "Excuse me." His jaw tightened. "That was poorly said." "Yes, it was." He looked at me for a long moment. Then, to my surprise, he nodded. "You are right." The admission knocked some of the anger loose. I hated that, too. Dominic moved to the armchair near the bed instead of sitting beside me. Distance, again, deliberate, respectful, infuriating. "They have begun shaping the public version," he said. "Marissa is making herself fragile. Adrian is making himself betrayed. Anonymous sources are already suggesting you wanted my name before last night." I wrapped my arms around myself. "Is that what you came to tell me?" "No, I came to tell you the Bellamy Foundation Gala is tonight." I stared at him. For a second, I thought I had misheard. "The what?" "The Bellamy Foundation Gala," I laughed. This time there was nothing soft in it. "No." Dominic said nothing. "No," I repeated. "Absolutely not. I am not walking into a room full of people who just read that I climbed from your son's bed to yours like this is some kind of social promotion." His eyes darkened at the phrasing. "You did not climb from anyone's bed to mine." "Try telling them that." "I intend to." I stared at him. He leaned forward slightly, forearms resting on his knees, hands clasped. "Celeste, hiding today gives them space to write you as ashamed." "I am ashamed." The words came out before I could stop them. Dominic's face changed, just slightly. Enough to make me wish I had lied. I looked down at my hands. I know I shouldn't be. I know what Adrian did. I know Marissa betrayed me. I know I didn't plan this, and I know you gave me choices. My voice cracked. But I am ashamed anyway, because everyone is looking at me like my pain was ambition. The room went quiet. Dominic did not rush to comfort me. He let the truth sit there. That was the thing about him I still did not understand. He did not panic in the face of ugly emotion. He did not try to make it pretty so he could stand near it. Finally, he said, "Shame is not always proof of guilt. Sometimes it is the bruise left by being accused loudly." My eyes burned. "Stop saying things like that." "Like what?" "Like you understand." Something moved behind his eyes. "I understand more than I want to." I thought of Adrian's warning. Ask what happened to the last woman who wore his ring. Evelina's ghost drifted between us again. Dominic's face closed before I could speak. Not now, that look said. And maybe he was right. Maybe one disaster at a time was all a human body could survive. "The gala," he continued quietly, "will be full of the same people who left this house last night. If you do not attend, they will decide you cannot withstand your own choice." "My own choice," I repeated. "Yes. I chose a contract in a room with my life on fire. You chose not to let Adrian decide your next breath." My throat tightened. Dominic stood. "Attend if you want to reclaim the room. Refuse if you do not want to face them tonight. But do not refuse because Marissa cried prettily online." The words struck exactly where he aimed them. I hated him for that. I swung my legs off the bed and stood, robe tightening around me as if silk could become armor. If I go, I decide what I wear. Of course. No red? No. Nothing black. I am not mourning Adrian. A shadow of approval crossed his face. No, not white either. I am not trying to look innocent for people who have already convicted me. Then what? I thought of the article, the comments, Marissa in her fake heartbreak, the courthouse photograph. Then I lifted my chin. Pale gold. Elegant, severe, expensive enough to make them angry. No necklace. Dominic's gaze moved to my bare throat, then back to my face. No necklace? I don't want to look decorated. His expression shifted again. Not desire, not exactly, recognition. Then you will not. By evening, the woman in the mirror looked like someone I might have been afraid of yesterday. The dress was pale gold, almost champagne, with long, clean lines and no sparkle, except where the fabric caught light when I moved. It covered enough to deny the cheap story they wanted to tell about me, and shaped enough to remind the room I was not apologizing for having a body. My hair was pinned low. My makeup was soft but sharp at the eyes. No necklace, no earrings heavy enough to swing, no engagement ring, obviously, no wedding ring yet, just my bare hands and the name everyone would choke on, Mrs. Vale. Dominic waited at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up when I appeared. I had expected his face to give nothing away. It almost did. Almost. His eyes moved over me once, slow enough to be felt and controlled enough to be respectful. Then his gaze returned to my face and stayed there. The staff in the foyer pretended not to notice. They failed. Dominic extended his arm. I descended the stairs and placed my hand on him. "You look," he said, then stopped. I looked at him. Careful. His mouth tightened slightly. "Exact," he said. A strange warmth moved through me. Not pretty, not beautiful. Exact. I liked that more. Outside, the car waited. The cameras beyond the gate did too. When we arrived at the Bellamy Foundation Gala, the press had formed a glittering little mob beneath the entrance canopy. They surged when Dominic's car stopped. Security moved in a black wall around us. The door opened. Sound attacked first. "Mrs. Vale! Celeste, did you marry Dominic for revenge? Were you involved with him before Adrian? Did Marissa Cole betray you? Dominic, did you steal your son's fiancée?" My lungs tightened. For 1 second, I could not move. Dominic stood outside the car, his hand offered. Not impatient, waiting. The cameras flashed over his face, turning him briefly silver. He did not look at them. He looked at me. Choice. Again, always that dangerous, awful choice. I took his hand and stepped out. The noise doubled. A reporter near the rope line leaned forward, his grin too sharp. "Celeste, does your new husband call you by his son's name?" The world narrowed. My skin went cold. Dominic stopped walking. Every guard around us seemed to still at once. The reporter's smile faltered. Dominic turned his head slowly. What is your name? He asked. The man swallowed. Eric Lang, City Social. Eric Lang, Dominic repeated. If you speak to my wife like that again, your publication will spend the next year explaining in court why sexual harassment is part of its editorial policy. The cameras kept flashing. No one shouted. Dominic held the man's stare for another second, then his hand settled at my back. Warm, steady, not pushing. Walk, he said quietly. I did. Inside, the gala was worse. Not louder, more civilized, which meant more dangerous. People did not gasp when we entered. They did not point. They did not openly stare. They simply turned in delicate waves, conversation dipping and resuming in altered tones. A woman in silver looked at me, then whispered behind her champagne flute. A man with white hair smiled at Dominic like I was not standing there. Dominic, he said, unexpected pleasure. Dominic's voice was smooth. Bellamy? The man's eyes flicked to me, and this must be... My wife, Dominic said. Not loud, but loud enough. The man recovered quickly. Mrs. Vale? I gave him my hand before he could decide whether to offer his. His expression shifted. Good, let them adjust to me in real time. For the first hour I survived, that was all. Survived the staring, the careful greetings, the women who smiled with teeth and eyes that measured how long before I cracked. Dominic stayed near me but did not hover. He introduced me, then let me answer. He did not correct my pauses or finish my sentences. When one woman asked whether the marriage had been sudden, I said, only to people who were not paying attention, and Dominic's mouth almost betrayed a smile. Almost. Then Adrian arrived. The room felt him before I saw him, a ripple near the entrance, a silence pretending not to be one. I turned. Adrian stood beneath the archway in a dark suit, handsome in the cruel way beautiful men could be when they knew damage looked good on them. Marissa stood beside him in red. Of course. Red again. Blood. Victory. Claim. Her mouth parted when she saw me on Dominic's arm. For one sweet second, she looked exactly as small as she had once made me feel. Then she recovered, tilting her chin, placing a hand lightly on Adrian's sleeve. Adrian did not look at her. He looked at me. His gaze moved from my face to Dominic's hand at my back. Something ugly flickered. Dominic leaned slightly toward me. Do you want to leave? I stared at Adrian. Then at Marissa. No. Dominic said nothing, but his hand stayed where it was. Half an hour later, I made the mistake of stepping away for air. I told myself I needed the restroom. Really, I needed 1 minute without eyes on my skin. The hallway outside the ballroom was dim, lined with old paintings and vases large enough to hide secrets in. Music softened behind the closed doors. I reached the end near a terrace entrance and let out the breath I had been holding all evening. Then Adrian's reflection appeared in the dark glass. My body went rigid. Mrs. Vale, he said softly. I turned. He stood several feet away, hands in his pockets, mouth curved. Too close. Not close enough to scream about. You shouldn't be here, I said. It's a public event. You know what I mean. His smile sharpened, still telling me what I know. You always did like pretending you understood powerful men. I started to walk past him. He shifted into my path, not touching, blocking. My heart kicked once, hard. Move. You look good tonight, he said. Expensive. Did he choose the dress? I did. Already learning how to sound like him. I tried again to pass. He stepped closer. I smelled whiskey on his breath, not enough to make him drunk, just enough to make him meaner. You think they believe this? He asked. You walking in on his arm like some wronged queen? I don't care what they believe, he laughed softly. Liar. The word hit because it was partly true. Adrian saw that and leaned into it. You care so much it's pathetic. You always did. Every dinner, every party, watching my family like if you learned the rules fast enough we'd stop noticing you didn't belong. I swallowed. I would not give him tears. Not here. Not ever again if I could help it. He stepped closer. You want to know the funniest part? No, I have proof. My stomach tightened. Proof of what? That you were looking at him before last night. Cold moved through me. Adrian's smile grew. Pictures, clips, little moments you probably thought no one saw, you standing too close. Him watching you too long, his hand at your elbow, you smiling at him when you should have been smiling at me. My throat went dry. The twisted thing about cruelty was that it did not always need lies. Sometimes it only needed to take small truths and hold them under filthy light. I never betrayed you, I said. His eyes darkened. No, you just waited. My hand moved before thought could catch it. The slap cracked through the hallway. Adrian's face turned with the impact. My palm burned instantly. For one breath, neither of us moved. Then he slowly faced me. The look in his eyes chilled me to the bone. You should not have done that. A voice behind him answered. Yes, Dominic said. She should have. Adrian went still. Dominic stood at the far end of the hallway, Nico behind him, 2 other security men half-shadowed near the wall. I did not know how long he had been there. Long enough. Dominic's eyes moved to my face first, then my hand, then Adrian. The temperature dropped. You were told not to corner my wife. Adrian laughed, but it was thin. She hit me. And yet you are still speaking. Nico's mouth twitched once. Adrian flushed. Dominic walked toward us, each step controlled and terrible. He stopped beside me. Not in front. Beside. That mattered more than I wanted it to. His gaze cut to Adrian. If you approach her privately again, I will revoke every account you access through my name. Adrian's face paled. You wouldn't. I should have done it years ago. The words landed hard. Adrian looked toward me, rage and humiliation twisting his face. Dominic's voice lowered. Look at me when I end you. Adrian's eyes snapped back. The hallway seemed to hold its breath. You will leave this gala, Dominic said. You will take Miss Cole with you. You will not speak to my wife. You will not leak, hint, post, imply, or whisper anything about her without first remembering that I own enough truth about you to bury whatever version of yourself you are still trying to sell. Adrian's jaw clenched. Marissa appeared at the hallway entrance, drawn by disaster as always. What happened? She asked softly. I looked at her red dress, her perfect face, her eyes moving over Adrian's cheek, then my hand. She understood instantly. Dominic turned his gaze on her. Miss Cole. She froze. If another statement appears under your name or through one of your friends, he said, you will learn how expensive innocence becomes when it is purchased with lies. Her face went white. Adrian took a step back, humiliated beyond hiding now. But then his eyes met mine, and he smiled. That was what frightened me, not the anger, the smile, because it said the warning had come too late. My phone buzzed inside my small clutch. Once. Then again. I did not move. Dominic's gaze flicked toward it. I pulled it out with my uninjured hand. Unknown number. The message was short. You think the world hates you now? Wait until they see what I show them. My palm throbbed. My heart went cold. Across the hallway, Adrian's smile widened by a breath. Dominic read the message over my shoulder. His face went still, too still. Then Adrian turned and walked away with Marissa following him, like a woman smart enough to know the house was burning but greedy enough to stay near the ashes. Dominic did not chase him. He looked at my hand instead, the red mark across my palm, the proof that I had finally hit back. Does it hurt? He asked. I stared down the hallway where Adrian had disappeared. Yes, I said. Dominic's voice lowered. Good. I looked up at him. His eyes were on mine now. Remember that pain, he said. It means you stopped swallowing his. Behind us, the gala music kept playing, smooth and elegant, as if nothing had changed. But something had. Adrian had stopped trying to win me back. Now he wanted to ruin me, and judging by the message burning on my phone, he had already begun. Chapter 5. Dominic Vale did not ask if Adrian had scared me. He asked where Adrian had hurt me. That was the difference between a man who wanted to comfort you and a man already considering punishment. The car slid away from the Bellamy Gala beneath a hard silver rain, the city lights smearing across the windows like wet gold. Behind us, the cameras were still flashing. Behind us, Adrian was still somewhere in that building with the red mark from my palm across his face and a message already sitting in my phone like a lit match. You think the world hates you now? Wait until they see what I show them. I had read it 5 times before Dominic took the phone from my hand. Not snatched. Took. Carefully. Like he knew I might break if one more thing was ripped away from me tonight. Now the phone rested on the seat between us. Screen dark, but I could still feel the words glowing there. Dominic sat beside me, one hand loose on his knee, the other holding my wrist gently enough that I could pull away if I wanted. I did not. His thumb rested near the pulse beating too fast beneath my skin. Where? He asked again. I looked at him. The car was dim, lit only by passing streetlights and the faint blue glow of the dashboard beyond the privacy glass. He had removed his tie, not fully. It sat loosened at his throat, giving the dangerous illusion that something about him could be undone easily. It could not. Not this man. Where what? I whispered. Where did he hurt you? The question had too many answers. The bedroom upstairs, the ballroom, the courthouse, the internet, the hallway. 4 years of dinners where I had sat beside him and slowly learned to disappear. I looked down at my palm. A red shape had bloomed across the skin from where I slapped Adrian. The sting had faded into a steady throb. My hand, I said. Dominic's eyes lowered. His jaw tightened. He used Evelina's name again, I added before I could stop myself. Dominic went still. That old name entered the car and took a seat between us. Adrian Vale, his first wife, Adrian's mother. The dead woman whose shadow had become Adrian's favorite door to push open whenever he wanted me afraid. Dominic's thumb stopped moving against my wrist. What did he say? I swallowed. That I should know what happened to the last woman who wore your ring. His face did not change much. That was how I knew the words had hit bone. A man like Dominic could hide a knife wound better than most people hid a thought. I see, he said. The restraint in his voice made something inside me ache. No, I said softly. I don't think I do. His gaze came back to mine. The car slowed at a red light. Rain ran down the window in trembling lines, turning the city outside into something unreal. You deserve the truth, he said. I held my breath, but not as a reaction to Adrian's poison. There it was again. The closed door. I pulled my wrist from his hand. Dominic let go immediately. That made me angrier for some reason. You don't get to decide when truth matters. His eyes darkened. No, but I know when it is being dragged out to frighten you. I'm already frightened. The words left quietly, too honestly. Dominic looked at me like the sound had cut him. I hated that. I hated the tenderness in his attention, because tenderness made me feel exposed in ways cruelty never could. Celeste, no. I looked out the window, wrapping my arms around myself. Do not use that voice. What voice? The one that makes me feel like if I fall apart, you'll know what to do with the pieces. Silence. Heavy. Full. The car turned through the iron gates of the Vale estate. Dominic said nothing for the rest of the drive. I almost wished he had. Anger needed somewhere to go, and silence only made it turn back on me. By the time we entered the mansion, the rain had become a roar against the roof. Staff appeared and disappeared like ghosts. Someone offered to take my coat. Someone else murmured, Mrs. Vale, in a voice careful enough to make me feel like porcelain. I hated that too. I was tired of being fragile in rooms where everyone else held knives. Dominic did not take me upstairs. He led me to his study. The same study where I had signed the first agreement. The same room where Adrian had tried to frighten me with Evelina's ghost. The same room that smelled of cedar, smoke, and decisions made before anyone else knew there had been a question. A fire burned low in the hearth. Nico waited near the desk. When he saw my face, he looked away with professional discipline. When he saw my hand, he did not. Dominic noticed. Nico, he said. Yes, sir. Find the source of the message, quietly. Nico's eyes moved once to me, then back to Dominic. Already started. Good. And Mr. Adrian? Dominic removed his cufflinks one at a time. The small motions were controlled, almost elegant. Let him believe the message frightened her. I stared at him. Nico nodded. Understood. He left. The door closed. I turned on Dominic. You're using me as bait now? His gaze snapped to mine. No. That sounded like bait. That sounded like strategy. I am not strategy. No, he said. You are the reason strategy is required. The answer stopped me for half a second. Not because it was soft, because it was too direct. Dominic crossed to the sideboard, filled a small bowl with ice from a silver bucket, wrapped a few pieces in a linen cloth, and came back toward me. I looked at the cloth. I can do it. I know. Then why are you holding it? Because your hand is swollen and you will pretend it is not. I slapped your son. Maybe I should feel it. His eyes lifted. You felt him enough. The words entered me quietly. I hated how many locked rooms he kept finding inside me. Dominic held out the cloth. This time, he did not reach for my hand. He waited. That was worse. A command I could fight. an offer made me responsible for wanting. After a moment, I placed my palm in his hand closed underneath mine, not over it, supporting rather than capturing. He pressed the cold cloth gently against the red mark. The shock of ice made me hiss. His fingers steadied mine. Too much? No. Do not lie to make yourself easier to care for. My eyes flew to his. He looked down at my hand, but I knew he had meant more than the ice. I wanted to pull away. I did not. The cold settled into the sting. The pain sharpened first, then dulled, then became something I could breathe through. Dominic's thumb brushed once near my wrist. Not seductive, not careless, grounding. The study grew very quiet around us. Rain beat against the windows. Fire cracked low. Somewhere deep in the house, a clock chimed the hour. I watched his bent head, the dark hair touched with silver at the temples, the stern line of his mouth, the hands that could command violence, and yet held my injured palm like he had been entrusted with something breakable. "Why did you marry me?" I asked. His hand stilled. "There were many reasons. I want the ugly one first." His eyes rose to mine. The firelight caught in them, turning the darkness warmer and more dangerous. "Revenge." I nodded, though my chest tightened. "Good, honest, painful." And the next, protection. From Adrian? From everyone who would have let his version become the truth. My throat worked. "And the one after that?" Dominic looked down at my hand again. For a moment, I thought he would refuse. Then he said, "Because I watched my son make you smaller for years and did nothing." The words went through me with terrible precision. I tried to pull my hand away. He let me, but I did not get far. Not because he held me, because the truth did. "You watched?" "Yes." Heat rose into my face. Humiliation, not desire. "You watched me make a fool of myself?" His expression hardened. "No, that is what you just said." "No." His voice cut sharper. "I watched you try to love a man who kept teaching you that dignity meant silence." My eyes burned. "Do not make it sound noble." It was not noble, it was painful. For you, he said, and more than I had any right to feel." The room went still. The ice cloth melted slowly between us. I stared at him. "What does that mean?" His jaw tightened. "It means I had no right to interfere." "That is not what I asked. No." He stepped away and set the cloth on the desk. The distance felt deliberate, necessary, dangerous. I followed it anyway. Dominic. His name tasted different tonight. Less like a title, more like a door I should not open. He turned toward the fire, one hand braced on the mantel. "You loved him," he said. "Yes." The answer hurt less than I expected. Maybe because the love already felt like a house after a fire, still standing in places, unlivable. "You had chosen him," Dominic continued. "Whatever I saw, whatever I thought, whatever I wanted, that choice put you beyond me." My breath stopped. Whatever I wanted. The words changed the room. The rain seemed louder suddenly. I took one slow step toward him. "You wanted me?" Dominic's shoulders tensed. He did not turn. "That is not a question you should ask tonight." "Why? Because tonight you are hurt." "I am always hurt lately. Answer me anyway." He turned then. The control on his face was not calm now. It was a leash pulled tight enough to bite. "Yes," he said. "One word. It hit harder than any touch." I swallowed. "When?" His eyes held mine. "The first time I saw you stop smiling before Adrian looked back." My heart gave a painful little twist. I remembered that night. A foundation dinner. Adrian laughing across the room with some model's hand on his arm. Me near the balcony doors, pretending to study the city because it was easier than standing alone. Dominic had passed behind me, paused, and asked if I needed someone to call Adrian back. I had said no. I had said I was fine. He had looked at me like he did not believe me. I had thought about that look for weeks. God, my voice went thin. That was 8 months ago. "Yes. You never said anything. No, never touched me. No, never tried to make me look at you." His mouth hardened. "You were not an opportunity." I closed my eyes. That should not have made my knees weak. But after Adrian, after years of being treated like something available to be handled, chosen, ignored, corrected, and reclaimed, those 5 words struck deeper than any confession of desire. You were not an opportunity. When I opened my eyes, Dominic was watching me with an expression so controlled it looked almost cruel, but I knew better now. Maybe control was the only thing standing between us and whatever waited beneath it. "What am I now?" I asked. His gaze moved over my face. Not down. Not to my mouth. My face. You are wounded. I almost laughed. That is not romantic. I am not trying to be romantic. No? No? His voice lowered. If I were trying, you would not be safe enough to ask that question. Heat moved through me so fast I forgot my anger. It was wrong. Impossible. Too soon. And yet my body did not care about the calendar of my humiliation. It knew only that this man saw the broken places without pressing his thumb into them. It knew he wanted me and had chosen restraint when Adrian had chosen entitlement. I moved closer. Dominic did not move back, but everything in him changed. His eyes darkened. Celeste. Do not say my name like a warning. It is one. For who? His mouth almost curved, but there was no humor in it. Both of us. I stopped close enough to feel the heat from his body mixing with the fire behind him. My palms still stung. My heart hurt. My entire life was a scandal with wet ink. And still, standing there in the study with rain lashing the windows, I wanted to know what his control felt like when it slipped. The thought should have ashamed me. It did. A little, but shame had already failed to save me. I lifted my face. Kiss me. Dominic went utterly still. No. The word struck like a slap. I stepped back. His hand caught mine before I could fully retreat. Not hard, but fast. I said no because you asked from defiance. My breath trembled. You don't know that. I know you want to prove Adrian does not own the parts of you he starved. The truth hit so cleanly I hated him for it. My eyes filled. Maybe I do. Dominic's thumb moved once over my knuckles. You do not prove freedom by handing your pain to the next man who wants you. And if it isn't pain? His gaze dropped to my mouth this time. Brief. Devastating. Then returned to my eyes. Then it will still be there tomorrow. Silence stretched. I should have stepped away. I should have thanked him for being decent and gone upstairs to cry into one of the expensive pillows in my brand new prison that was not supposed to be a prison. Instead, I said, I asked because I wanted to know if you would stop if I needed you to. Dominic's face changed, a small shift, but it opened something dangerous. And would you tell me? I swallowed. I don't know. His hand released mine. Then we are not ready. I hated that he was right. I hated that him being right made me want him more. A tear slipped down my cheek. I turned away quickly. Dominic moved before I could wipe it, not touching me, just stepping into my line of sight. Celeste. I am so tired of crying in front of you. I am not tired of witnessing it. That broke the last of my pride. Not loudly. No dramatic sobs, just a trembling inhale and the humiliating spill of tears I could not stop. Dominic lifted one hand slowly. I watched it rise. I could have moved away. I did not. His fingers touched my cheek, catching one tear with the backs of his knuckles. So light, so careful. A nothing touch that felt like a vow. Do you want me to stop? He asked. My voice barely worked. No. His hand opened against my face, warm, steady. I leaned into it before I could think better. Dominic's breathing changed. Only once. But I heard it. My body heard it too. I turned my face slightly into his palm and his thumb moved over my cheekbone. The touch was still gentle. Something under it had shifted. Want, yes, but not just want. Restraint with teeth. Celeste, he said again. This time, it was not warning. It was surrender being held back by force. I stepped closer. He did not ask if I was sure. Not yet. He searched my face, and whatever he found there made his hand move from my cheek to the side of my neck, his thumb resting just below my jaw. My pulse beat against him, fast and exposed. Say it clearly, he said. My breath caught. I knew what he meant. No defiance, no proving, no Adrian in the room with us. Just me, just choice. Kiss me because I want you to, I whispered. Not because of him. His eyes closed for one brief second. Then he kissed me, not hard, not at first. His mouth touched mine like a question asked in a dark room. The first brush was warm, controlled, almost unbearably careful. I felt the shape of him holding back, the way his fingers stayed still at my neck, the way his other hand did not reach for my waist until I stepped into him. When I did, he drew in a quiet breath against my mouth. Then the kiss changed. Not rough, deeper. His hand slid to my lower back, firm enough to hold me steady, not enough to trap me. My palms went to his chest, and beneath the expensive shirt I felt his heart beating harder than I expected. That shocked me. Dominic Vale, calm lord of every room, was not untouched. The knowledge sent heat through me, low and dangerous. I kissed him back. Really kissed him. Not like a woman proving she could, like a woman remembering her body belonged to her. His mouth moved over mine with a patience that somehow made it worse. Better. More devastating. He did not devour. He invited, waited, answered. Every time I leaned closer, he gave more. Every time my breath caught, he slowed. My fingers curled in his shirt. He made a low sound, barely there. The sound went through me like fire. Then he turned us gently until my back met the edge of the desk. His hand moved behind me first, cushioning me from the wood. That almost made me cry again. A man careful with my edges. His mouth left mine and rested near my cheek. Both of us breathing too hard. His eyes lifted to mine. My body was alive in ways it had no right to be after the last 2 days. My mind was not calm. My heart was not whole. But I knew the difference between being used and being asked, between being cornered and being held near a door that remained unlocked. Dominic kissed me once more. This time, there was heat at the edge of it that made my knees soften. His hand at my back tightened. Mine slid up to his shoulders. I felt the strength of him, the restraint, the careful violence of a man who wanted too much and refused to make that my burden. For a few dangerous seconds, I forgot the headlines. Forgot Adrian. Forgot Marissa. Forgot the whole hungry world waiting outside the mansion gates. There was only Dominic's mouth, his hand at my waist, the low fire, the rain, and the terrible truth that I had stepped into this marriage for revenge and found something far more frightening, a man who knew how to stop. And then he did. Dominic broke the kiss and stepped back. Not far. Enough. I stared at him, breathless, confused by the sudden absence of his heat. Why? His jaw flexed. Because if I keep touching you, I will want more. My pulse stumbled. And you are not ready to decide whether you want more for yourself or because tonight hurt. I closed my eyes, Dominic. I will not be another man you regret in the morning. The words sank into me slowly, deeply, painfully. He adjusted the cuff of his shirt as if he had not just cracked the room open with his mouth. But his hand was not steady. I saw that. So did he. For some reason, that mattered more than the kiss. He wanted. He stopped anyway. A knock hit the study door. Not gentle, urgent. Dominic's face changed instantly. The heat vanished behind command. Enter. Nico stepped inside. His expression told me the night was not done cutting. Sir, he said, Marissa Cole is downstairs. My stomach dropped. Dominic's eyes narrowed. Why? She is crying in the east parlor. She demanded to speak to the family. I laughed once, bitterly. Nico's gaze flicked to me, then away. She says it concerns Adrian. Dominic became very still. What did she say? Nico hesitated. That hesitation chilled the room. She says she may be carrying his child. For a moment I heard nothing. Not the rain, not the fire, not my own breathing. Only Marissa's voice in my memory. Some women are carrying the future. My stomach twisted. Dominic turned to me. His face was controlled, but his eyes had gone dark with something lethal. You do not have to go down. The offer was real. That almost hurt worse. I looked toward the door. Marissa crying prettily in another room. Adrian somewhere waiting to see which lie landed first. A possible baby thrown into the center of a family already built from knives. I thought of the kiss, the contract, the courthouse, my bare finger, my swollen palm. Then I walked to Dominic. This time I took his arm before he offered it. His eyes dropped to my hand on his sleeve, then lifted to my face. No, I said, we're going down. A slow, dangerous approval moved through his gaze. Together we walked out of the study. And every step toward Marissa felt like walking toward another war. Chapter 6. Marissa Cole walked into Dominic Vale's east parlor with one hand on her stomach and a lie already dressed like a baby. That was the first thing I saw. Not her tears. Not the pale blue dress she had chosen because red had failed her and innocence needed a costume. Not the careful tremble in her lower lip as she stood beneath the chandelier, surrounded by Vale relatives who had arrived like vultures invited by blood. Her hand, flat against her stomach. Protective, possessive, rehearsed. I knew that hand. I had seen it pressed to her chest when she wanted sympathy from professors after missing deadlines. I had seen it resting delicately over her throat when she told men she was not that kind of girl, before becoming exactly the kind they chased. I had seen it on my arm when she whispered, "You deserve better, Celeste," while knowing she was helping herself to the man I was trying to love. Marissa had tells. I had simply mistaken them for softness. Now she stood in Dominic's house, under Dominic's roof, using that same delicate hand to point everyone's eyes toward her stomach, toward Adrian's possible child, toward the future she thought might save her. Dominic walked beside me into the parlor, and the room shifted around him. Not obviously. No one jumped, no one bowed, no one gasped, but people adjusted, chins lowered, conversations died, shoulders squared. Even grief, real or fake, seemed to sit up straighter when Dominic entered. I stood at his side, not behind him, not tucked away like something breakable. His arm was warm beneath my hand, solid and controlled, and I could still feel the ghost of his mouth on mine from the study. That kiss lived under my skin like a secret I was not ready to name. Marissa saw my hand on Dominic's sleeve. Her eyes flickered. Just once. There it was, the envy. Bright and poisonous beneath the tears. Adrian stood near the fireplace, a glass of whiskey in his hand, though it was barely past midnight. His face was tight, his cheek faintly marked from my slap at the gala, his eyes too alert for a man who was only concerned about a possible child. He did not look like a terrified father. He looked like a gambler watching the final card turn. Several Vale relatives had gathered around the room. Vivian Vale sat on a cream sofa like a queen forced to smell smoke. Dominic's cousin Rafe stood near the bookshelves, arms crossed, gaze moving between Adrian and Marissa, with cold interest. Two older men I recognized from charity dinners whispered near the window until Dominic looked at them. Then they stopped. Marissa inhaled shakily. "Thank you for coming down," she whispered. Dominic did not answer. He guided me to a chair near his own, but I did not sit until he did. I felt eyes on that too. On the order of our bodies. On the way he did not command me into place. On the way I chose to take the seat at his right. "Mrs. Vale." The room did not know what to do with me yet. "Good, let them suffer the adjustment." Dominic leaned back in his chair. "Speak." Marissa flinched as if the single word had wounded her. "I did not want to come here like this." I almost laughed. Of course she started there. Not with truth. With innocence. Adrian took a slow sip from his glass. Vivian's sharp gaze moved to Marissa's stomach. "You said it concerns Adrian," Vivian said. Marissa swallowed. Her eyes came to me for 1 second, then away. "Coward." "I think I may be pregnant," she said. The room inhaled. Not loudly, not crudely, but I felt it. Bloodline had entered the room. Not love, not scandal, not betrayal. Bloodline. In families like this, a possible baby did not arrive as a child first. It arrived as leverage. A future, a claim, a weapon with a heartbeat, if it was real. Dominic did not react. He watched Marissa with the stillness of a man who had seen prettier lies die slower deaths. "How far along?" he asked. Marissa blinked. The question was too direct, too practical. It cut through the softness she had, wrapped around herself. I'm not completely sure." Adrian's eyes flicked toward her. Dominic noticed. So did I. "You came to my house after midnight," Dominic said, "crying in my parlor, claiming you may be carrying my son's child, and you are not sure how far along." Marissa's hand tightened over her stomach. I was scared. Vivian leaned forward. "Answer the question." Marissa's eyes shimmered. 6 weeks, maybe. 6 weeks. The number struck me harder than I expected. 6 weeks ago, Adrian had taken me to dinner at a rooftop restaurant and told me I needed to stop worrying about his late nights. 6 weeks ago, he had held my hand across white linen and said, "I know I'm difficult, but you're the only woman who understands me." 6 weeks ago, I had believed him. My stomach turned. Dominic's gaze shifted to me, only briefly. Long enough to catch the blow before I could hide it. I hated him for seeing. I loved. No. I did not think that word. Not here. Not with Marissa's fake innocence poisoning the room. Dominic looked back at her. "Who confirmed this?" Marissa's mouth parted. "I took a test." "One test?" "Yes." "At home?" Her eyes dropped. "Yes." "Doctor?" I was too overwhelmed. Vivian made a sound under her breath. One of the older men near the window said, "Dominic, if there is any chance this is a Vale child." Dominic's head turned. The man stopped speaking. Not because Dominic had said anything. Because Dominic's silence had weight. Rafe cleared his throat. A potential heir cannot be dismissed. The word heir cut through the room. Adrian's posture changed. There, tiny, satisfaction. I saw it and felt something cold bloom in my chest. This was not panic, this was theater. Marissa had come here because someone had told her exactly which word would make this family hesitate. Baby was emotional. Heir was power. Dominic's voice was calm. No unconfirmed claim will be used to pressure my wife, my household, or my decisions. Marissa's tears finally spilled. You think I'm lying? I think you came without proof. Her face crumpled beautifully. God, she was good. I knew this would happen, she whispered. I knew you would all hate me. I knew Celeste would make me the villain when I never meant for any of this to happen. My fingers curled against the arm of the chair. Dominic's eyes shifted to my hand, then back to Marissa. He did not speak for me. That left the room open. So I stepped into it. You never meant to sleep with my fiancé during our engagement party? Marissa flinched. Adrian's jaw tightened. Celeste, he warned. I turned my gaze on him. Careful, your father is in the room. That hit him. Hard. A murmur moved through the relatives. Dominic did not smile, but the air beside me warmed by a fraction. Marissa wiped her cheek. I know I hurt you. No, I said. You knew you were hurting me while you did it. There is a difference. Her tears paused, only for a second, then resumed. I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. I laughed softly. The sound surprised even me. Every eye came to my face. Is that what we're calling it now? Marissa's mouth trembled. You don't know what it was like? Oh, I know exactly what it was like. I leaned forward. You stood beside me while I defended him. You watched me blame myself when he pulled away. You let me ask if I was becoming too needy, too insecure, too ordinary for him, and you comforted me with one hand while taking what you wanted with the other. Color rose in her cheeks. Good. Let the room see blood beneath the powder. That is not love, I said. That is theft with better lighting. Adrian slammed his glass down on the mantel. Enough. Dominic spoke without looking at him. Sit down. Adrian stared at his father. For one furious second, I thought he would refuse. Then he sat. The room felt it. So did I. Dominic turned to Nico, who stood just inside the parlor door. Call Dr. Havel. Marissa's head snapped up. What? A physician, Dominic said. You will be examined tonight. Her hand moved against her stomach. Too quickly, too high. Fear flashed across her face before she lowered her lashes. I am not comfortable with that. Dominic's gaze sharpened. You were comfortable making the claim in front of my family. I said I may be pregnant. I didn't agree to be treated like a criminal. No one called you a criminal. I tilted my head. Yet. Marissa's eyes cut to mine. For 1 second, the tears vanished. There she was, the girl behind the silk, the one who had always thought my softness made me stupid. Dominic noticed the slip, his voice lowered. Nico? Nico stepped forward. Already on it, sir. Marissa went still. Adrian's expression changed too. Not panic, not yet. Calculation. Dominic leaned back, unhurried. Dinner will be served. I stared at him. Dinner? Vivian asked, offended by the concept of food during bloodline warfare. Yes, Dominic said. If Miss Cole carries the future of this family, she can wait for a doctor under my roof with proper hospitality. If she does not, she can enjoy her last meal here before I remove her from every room my name opens. Marissa's lips parted. No one argued. That was how dinner happened. Not a normal dinner. There was nothing normal about sitting at a long mahogany table beneath ancestral portraits while my ex-fiancé's mistress picked at roasted fish and pretended the entire room was not waiting for her lie to bleed. Dominic sat at the head. I sat to his right. Adrian sat farther down, deliberately not near me, not near Marissa, and not near his father. He looked like a man trying to place himself outside the blast radius of a bomb he had helped build. Marissa sat opposite me. Her hand kept returning to her stomach. Again and again, too often, too visibly. The more she did it, the less real it felt. A woman afraid for a child protects quietly. A woman performing motherhood makes sure the balcony seats can see. I lifted my glass of water. Marissa watched me drink. You look calm, she said. Her voice was soft enough for the room to mistake it for nerves. I set the glass down. That bothers you. Her eyes widened. No. Yes, it does. I smiled faintly. You expected tears, maybe shouting, Maybe me running upstairs so you could sit here looking fragile while everyone discussed your possible baby and my unfortunate temper. Adrian's eyes lifted. Marissa's fork froze. I leaned back. You always cry before consequences, Marissa, never after guilt. The table went silent. Her eyes filled again, but this time the tears struggled. The muscles around her mouth tightened. You've become cruel, she whispered. No, I said. I've become less useful to you. Dominic's hand rested near his wine glass. Still. But I saw his fingers flex once. Vivian watched me now with something almost like reluctant interest. Marissa turned to her. Smart. She needed a woman to soften the room. I know I made mistakes, she said, but I am scared, and Adrian said. Adrian's head snapped toward her. Too late. Dominic's eyes sharpened. What did Adrian say? Marissa froze. The whole table seemed to lean toward her. Adrian's voice went cold. Marissa. The warning made her panic. It was small, but it was there. Her breathing quickened. I meant. She swallowed. He said if there was a chance we had to tell the family. Dominic looked at Adrian. Did he? Adrian's smile came slowly, falsely. Would you prefer I hide a possible Vale child? Dominic did not answer. Nico entered before he had to. He crossed to Dominic and placed a slim folder beside his plate. The movement was quiet. The room erupted anyway. Not with sound, with attention. Marissa's face drained. Adrian sat back, eyes narrowing. Dominic opened the folder. He read one page, then another. No expression. That was when I knew it was bad. He closed the folder and set it beside his plate. Miss Cole. Marissa gripped the edge of the table. Yes? Would you like to revise your statement before I do it for you? Her mouth opened. No sound came. Adrian muttered, This is absurd. Dominic's gaze stayed on Marissa. You purchased 3 pregnancy tests this afternoon from a pharmacy on Madison. You used one. It was negative. The room snapped into silence. Marissa's face went white. No. Dominic continued. At 6:12 p.m. you transferred $5,000 to a receptionist at a private women's clinic under the note consultation. She has already confirmed you asked her to say you had called about early pregnancy scheduling if anyone inquired. That is not. At 7:04, Dominic said. You messaged Adrian. If he thinks there might be an heir, he can't keep choosing her over us. The room exploded. Vivian stood. Rafe cursed under his breath. One of the older men said Adrian's name in disgust. Marissa looked at Adrian. Begging now. Actually begging. Adrian's face had gone cold with fury. Not because she had lied, because she had made him look foolish. You said the messages were gone, he snapped. The room went silent again. Worse this time. Even Marissa stared at him, realizing what he had admitted. Dominic looked at his son. Slowly. Did you instruct her to make a false pregnancy claim? Adrian leaned back, jaw hard. I told her if there was a possibility, she should not be afraid to use it. Marissa made a broken sound. Adrian, he turned on her. What? You wanted status. You wanted to sit in this house. You wanted everyone to look at you instead of her. His eyes cut to me, full of venom. Do not pretend you came here out of maternal instinct. Marissa recoiled as if he had slapped her. For one brief second, I almost pitied her. Almost. Then I remembered her laughing behind the bedroom door. Dominic stood. Everyone stopped moving. The scrape of his chair against the floor was soft, final. Marissa Cole, he said, you are banned from all Vale residences, events, charitable boards, and private circles under my influence. Any attempt to sell your version of tonight will be answered with evidence, litigation, and ruin so complete even gossip pages will stop finding you useful. Tears streamed down her face now. Real ones, I thought. But I love him, she whispered. Dominic looked at Adrian. So did she. The words struck the room. Adrian's face changed. Only slightly. So did Dominic. Then it vanished, swallowed by pride. Take her out, Dominic said. Nico stepped forward. Marissa rose unsteadily, her chair nearly tipping. As she passed me, she stopped. For one moment, all the polish fell away. You think you won, she whispered. I looked up at her. No, I said. I think you lost yourself trying to take a place that was never yours. Her mouth trembled. Enjoy being his wife. I held her stare. I intend to. Her eyes filled with hatred. Then Nico guided her from the room. The doors closed behind her. No one spoke. Not until Adrian laughed. It was quiet, ugly. He looked at me from across the table, and the boy who had once kissed my forehead in crowded rooms was gone. Maybe he had never existed. Maybe I had invented him from crumbs and loneliness. "You're proud of yourself," he said. I folded my hands in my lap so he would not see them shake. "No, you should be. You turned my father against me. You got Marissa thrown out. You got the whole family sitting here pretending you belong." Dominic's voice cut in. "You did that." Adrian ignored him. His eyes stayed on me. "You think this makes you powerful?" I was so tired of that question. Men like Adrian always needed power to look like cruelty because they could not recognize it when it looked like endurance. "No," I said, "but I would rather belong to a war than return to your peace." Something in his face flickered. Maybe the words landed. Maybe they only wounded his pride. Either way, I was glad. Adrian stood. Dominic did too. Father and son stared across the table at each other, and for the first time, I felt the shape of something older than me between them. Not just disappointment, not just anger, a lifetime of spoiled mercy running out. "You have embarrassed this family enough for one night," Dominic said. Adrian smiled, slow, cold, terrifying because it looked like certainty. "No," he said, "not enough." A chill moved through me. Dominic's eyes narrowed. Adrian looked at me then. "Only me. You know what your problem is, Celeste? You still think truth matters." My mouth went dry. "It does," I said. He laughed softly. "In private, maybe. In public, only timing matters." The room seemed to sharpen around him. Adrian reached into his jacket. Security moved. He lifted one hand lazily, showing only his phone. Nico's hand stayed near his sidearm anyway. Adrian smiled at that. Then he looked back at me. "You embarrassed me in my own house. You slapped me in public. You sat in my mother's chair at my father's table and called yourself wife." Dominic's face went deadly. "You will not mention your mother in this." Adrian's smile widened. "There it is, the sacred dead wife, the perfect weapon if anyone ever dares touch it." The room went cold. My heart beat once, hard, Evelina again, always Evelina, when Adrian wanted the knife to go deeper. He looked at me. "I know exactly how to make the world hate you," he said quietly, "and this time he won't be able to stop it." Dominic moved. Fast enough that every chair seemed to scrape back at once, but Adrian was already walking toward the door, still smiling, phone in hand, rage dressed as prophecy. At the threshold, he paused without turning. "Sleep well, Mrs. Vale." Then he left. The doors closed. The dining room stayed frozen. Dominic stood at the head of the table, his hands flat against the polished wood, his breathing controlled so tightly it looked painful. Everyone waited for him to speak. He did not. His eyes found mine across the table. And for the first time since I had met him, I saw something worse than anger in Dominic Vale's face. Fear, not for himself. For me. Chapter 7. Adrian did not need to invent a lie when he could cut the truth into pieces and make it bleed wrong. By sunrise, my face was everywhere again. Not the courthouse photograph this time, not the engagement party whispers, not Marissa's soft little victim statement about private pain and public cruelty. This was worse. This was video. The first clip showed me standing on the balcony at the Bellamy dinner 8 months ago, my arms wrapped around myself, my face turned toward the city. Dominic appeared behind me. He paused, said something I could not hear. I looked back at him and smiled. The clip stopped there. It did not show Adrian across the room with another woman's hand on his sleeve. It did not show me blinking back tears before Dominic approached. It did not show him asking, quietly, if I wanted him to call Adrian over. It did not show me saying no because I was too embarrassed to admit my fiancé had forgotten me in a room full of people. The caption beneath the video did the rest. Old footage resurfaces. Celeste Marrow and Dominic Vale's chemistry, months before shock marriage. My stomach hollowed. The next clip loaded before I could stop it. A charity auction. I remembered that night, too. Adrian had walked ahead in the rain, laughing into his phone, leaving me near the curb with my heel caught in a cracked stone seam. Dominic had stepped out of his car, caught my elbow before I stumbled, and asked if I was hurt. The video showed only his hand on me, my face lifted to his, my mouth forming the words, "Thank you." The clip slowed at the touch. Slowed, like the hand of a man keeping me from falling was proof of seduction. The third one was a photograph, Dominic's study, a fundraiser planning meeting months ago. Adrian had left early. I had stayed behind to gather papers I had dropped. Dominic had handed me a folder across the desk. In the picture, our fingers were close, almost touching. Almost. The headline made them touch. Sources say Dominic Vale and Celeste were too comfortable long before her engagement imploded. My phone trembled in my hand. I could not tell if it was shaking or if I was. Then came the anonymous quote. A friend close to the family says, Celeste always acted innocent, but she watched Dominic differently. Marissa was worried for months that Celeste had feelings for her fiancé's father. Marissa, even banished, she had found a window to throw filth through. The room tilted around me. I sat on the edge of the bed in the master suite, wearing yesterday's pain like a second skin. The curtains were open, morning bright and indifferent beyond the glass, the estate lawns green, beneath a sky too clean for this much ugliness. The video looped, Dominic's hand at my elbow, my face looking up. Thank you. Again, again, again. Until the moment no longer felt like kindness. Until it looked exactly the way Adrian wanted strangers to see it. My chest tightened. I tried to breathe. The phone buzzed. Unknown number. I knew before I opened it. Told you timing matters. Another buzz. Now the world knows you wanted him first. Another. Tell my father to enjoy explaining why he was watching what belonged to me. I dropped the phone like it had burned me. It landed on the carpet, screen up, my own face frozen in a slowed-down lie. For one terrible second, I was not in Dominic's room. I was back upstairs at the engagement party. Adrian buttoning his shirt. Marissa smiling with ruined lipstick. You were going to marry him anyway. You always forgive him. You always stand there looking grateful for scraps. My throat closed. I pressed one hand hard against my sternum. No, no. I would not let them do this. I would not let them turn the few moments someone had noticed my pain into evidence that I had deserved what came after. The door opened. I had not heard the knock. Dominic entered, and I knew from his face that he had already seen everything. He wore black again. Not a suit jacket yet, just trousers and a shirt, buttoned at the throat, sleeves cuffed with precise violence. His phone was in one hand. The other was empty, but somehow the room felt full of weapons. His gaze went to the phone on the floor, then to me. Celeste. I didn't, I said. The words tore out of me before he could speak. His face changed, not much, enough. I hated that I had said it. I hated that some bruised, trained part of me still tried to prove innocence before being accused. I know. I stood too fast. The room swayed. No, you don't understand. Those moments weren't, I never wanted. The lie caught in my throat. Because I had noticed him. Of course I had. Dominic Vale was not a man a woman failed to notice. He had walked into rooms and changed their temperature. He had looked at me when Adrian looked through me. He had spoken gently when everyone else expected me to be grateful for scraps. Maybe I had felt something. A flicker. A forbidden little spark I smothered under shame before it became thought. But I had never betrayed Adrian. Not in word, not in touch, not in action. And now the world had taken the dirtiest possible version of me and dressed her in my face. Dominic crossed the room. I stepped back. He stopped instantly. That made everything worse. He did not come closer. He did not use his size, his voice, his authority to make me still. He simply stood where I had told him without speaking. I know, he said again. You did not betray him. My eyes burned. Then why does it look like I did? Because Adrian is good at making the wound face the wrong direction. A sob rose in my throat. I swallowed it. I hate him. The words surprised me, not because they were untrue, because they were late. Dominic's eyes darkened. Good. I laughed, but it broke. That's what you said about my hand. You remember. I remember everything right now. His face softened by a fraction. Unfortunately, so will he. The softness vanished. He looked down at his phone and became strategy again. My legal team is already issuing takedown notices. Nico is tracing the uploads. The anonymous source will be identified. Every outlet that repeats the claim without context will receive a letter within the hour. There it is. His gaze lifted. What? The plan. I wrapped my arms around myself. The cleanup. The containment. His expression went still. This is containment. I am not a spill on your marble, Dominic. The words hit the room. Hard. His jaw flexed once. No, he said quietly. You are not. Then stop speaking like if you manage it fast enough, I won't feel it. Silence. A real one. Dominic looked at me for a long moment, and for the first time, the powerful answer did not come quickly. The strategy did not know what to do with the woman. I apologize, he said. You keep doing that, because I keep failing in new directions. The honesty knocked the anger off balance. I did not want it gone. I needed it. Without anger, there was only humiliation, and humiliation was a room I had lived in too long. I turned away from him and looked toward the windows. Beyond the glass, men moved at the edge of the property. Security. The black-suited proof that I was protected from everyone except what they could say about me. I cannot breathe in this house today, I whispered. Dominic said nothing. Then I heard him cross to the desk. A drawer opened. Paper shifted. When I turned back, he held a folder. Not thick, not like the marriage contract. This one was slim, white, clean, too clean. What is that? He placed it on the bed between us. Annulment papers. The room dropped out beneath me. I stared at the folder. My body went cold in stages, fingers first, then throat, then heart. What? Dominic's face was unreadable. I had them prepared this morning. I laughed once. It sounded like someone else. Before or after the world called me your mistress? After. Efficient. His eyes tightened at the edges, but he accepted the cut. Yes. I looked at the folder like it might move. What does it say? That the marriage can be dissolved quickly, quietly, without contest. You keep the settlement, the residence, and security for as long as required. Public statement says the union was entered during emotional crisis and mutually reconsidered. Mutually reconsidered. Such elegant language for another room where I disappeared. I looked up at him. You're sending me away. No, you are handing me papers that make me unmarried by dinner. I am giving you the door before the house feels like a trap. My mouth opened. Nothing came. Dominic stepped back as if even the papers between us might be pressure. His voice lowered. I want you to stay. The words cut through everything. The headlines, the videos, the fear. I want that more than is wise, he said. More than is clean. More than I have the right to want after the way this began. My breath shook. But if the noise outside makes it impossible for you to know whether you are choosing me or surviving me, then I will not use the noise as mortar around your cage. The room blurred. I looked down because his face was too much. The folder sat there, impossible. A way out, again. Always a way out. Adrian had called protection a prison. Dominic kept proving the locks were on my side. My voice came thin. You would let me go? His answer took 1 second too long. That second told the truth before he did. Yes. I looked up. His eyes were dark and steady and full of something that did not look like yes at all. It would hurt you, I said. His mouth tightened. Yes, but you would. Yes. The word was rougher this time. I pressed both hands to my face. I did not cry. Not fully. I was too tired for that kind of mercy. All I could do was stand there while my old life, my new life, the lies, the contract, the kiss, the courthouse, the open door, all of it moved through me at once. I heard Adrian's voice. You always forgive him. Marissa's. You were lucky. The internet. She wanted the father all along. Dominic. You were not an opportunity. My hands fell. I looked at the folder. Revenge opened the door, I said. Dominic's gaze sharpened. The words came from somewhere steady. But it is not why I'm standing in the room. His face changed, barely. Enough, I reached for the folder. For half a breath, Dominic looked like he might stop me. He did not. I opened it. The papers were crisp, expensive, merciless. My name, his name, legal language made to erase scandal neatly. I read the first line, then the second, then I tore the papers in half. The sound ripped through the room. Dominic went still. I tore them again and again. My hands should not stop until the annulment lay in pieces at my feet like snow from a very expensive storm. Then I looked at him. I am not staying because Adrian humiliated me. Dominic said nothing. I am not staying because Marissa lied. My voice grew stronger. I am not staying because the world is loud. His eyes held mine. I am staying because for once someone put the exit in front of me and did not shove me toward it. The silence after that felt alive. Dominic's control cracked, not in a dramatic way. His breath simply left him. One hand lifted toward me, then stopped. Still asking, even now, especially now. I walked to him, his hand lowered. I took it and placed it against my cheek. There was no shock this time, no flinch, only the heat of his palm and the slight tremor he tried to hide. "You are hurt," he said. "Yes." "You are angry." "Yes. You may regret this." "Maybe." His jaw tightened. I stepped closer. "But I will not let Adrian's lie make my choices for me." His hand cupped my face fully. His thumb moved over my cheekbone, and something in his eyes made my chest ache. "You terrify me," he said softly. That almost made me smile. "Good. No, Celeste." His voice dropped. "Not like that." The room changed around us. The air grew heavier. I was suddenly aware of how close we stood, how warm he was, how my fingers still rested against his wrist, holding his hand to me like I had the right. I did have the right. He had given it, and I had chosen it. Dominic. His eyes closed for a fraction of a second. When they opened, the restraint in them had sharpened into something almost painful. "Tell me to step back." "No, Celeste, no." His other hand lifted slowly to my waist, paused. I covered it with mine and pressed it there. Permission. His fingers tightened through the fabric of my robe. Not enough to hurt, enough to tell the truth. The breath I took was uneven. His eyes followed it, then returned to mine. "Clear," he said. I knew what he wanted. Not passion thrown like a match into gasoline. Clarity. Choice. Me, without Adrian's shadow holding my wrist. "I want you to kiss me," I said. "Because I am staying, because I chose to stay, because I want one thing today that nobody edited for me." The last word broke a little. Dominic's face softened in a way that hurt. Then he kissed me. The first touch was careful, but not uncertain. His mouth found mine with the kind of control that did not make the kiss smaller. It made it deeper, more deliberate, like every second mattered because he refused to steal even one. My hand slid up his chest. He was solid beneath the shirt. Warm, real. The kiss opened slowly, heat threading through restraint. Not rushing, not demanding. His hand at my waist pulled me closer only after I leaned in first. His other hand stayed at my face, thumb near my jaw, holding me like I was both desired and heard. That was the dangerous part. Not his mouth. Not his body. Being heard. I kissed him back harder. A low sound moved through him. The room tilted. He walked me backward with slow precision until my legs touched the edge of the bed. He stopped instantly, forehead resting against mine. "Still clear?" My eyes opened. He was breathing harder now. So was I. "Yes." His gaze moved over my face, searching for doubt, fear, confusion, anything he could use as a reason to save us from ourselves. I gave him none. He kissed me again. This time the heat rose faster. My fingers gripped his shirt, wrinkling the expensive fabric. His hand slid to the small of my back, steady and possessive in a way that did not erase choice, but made my whole body aware of what choosing meant. I felt wanted. Not displayed. Not used. Wanted. The difference was enough to make my throat tighten in the middle of the kiss. Dominic felt the change. He slowed. His mouth moved from mine to the corner of my lips, then to my cheek, then stopped there. "What happened?" he whispered. I closed my eyes. "Nothing." Truth. My hands opened against his chest. I swallowed. I forgot what it felt like not to be taken for granted. His breath left him. Then he did something that almost broke me. He pulled me into his arms and held me. No seduction. No escalation. Just held me against him while the torn annulment papers lay around our feet and my name burned through the internet in 100 ugly mouths. For a moment, I let my face rest against his chest. His heart beat hard beneath my ear. Not calm. Not untouchable. Not unaffected. "Do you know why I stopped last night?" he asked quietly. "Because I wasn't ready." "Yes." His hand moved once over my hair. "And because I want the morning after you choose me to feel like yours, not like something the night stole." My eyes burned. "Dominic." "That has not changed." I lifted my head. He looked down at me and the wanting was still there, dark and undeniable. But so was the line he would not cross. Not because he did not want to, because he wanted to and still believed I mattered more. "Tomorrow matters," he said. "When you wake, I want you certain that I did not take advantage of the worst week of your life. And if I'm certain now, then I will trust you enough to believe you can still be certain tomorrow." I should have been frustrated. Part of me was, but beneath it, something deeper settled. Trust did not always feel like being given everything. Sometimes it felt like being protected from a decision you wanted badly enough to rush. He kissed my forehead, the same place as the courthouse. This time I understood how much restraint lived there. A sharp knock hit the door. Dominic's body changed before the sound finished. He released me slowly and turned. Enter. Nico stepped inside, face grim. His eyes went once to the torn papers on the floor, then away. Smart man. Sir, he said, we have a problem. Dominic's voice went cold. Nico handed him a tablet. Adrian accessed the restricted server 10 minutes ago using old executive credentials. He copied multiple files from the private security and shipping insurance folders. Dominic's face became unreadable. My stomach tightened. What does that mean? I asked. Neither man answered quickly enough. That told me more than words could. Nico continued. He left the city through the North Service Road. We tracked a call from his phone to an intermediary connected to Victor Sorrento. The name meant nothing to me, but it meant something to Dominic. The change in him was immediate, not anger. War. Victor Sorrento, he asked. Yes, sir. Dominic took the tablet. The room felt colder. Who is Victor Sorrento? I asked. Dominic looked at me. For one moment, the man who had kissed me stood there. Then he was gone. In his place stood the ruler of a world I had only seen from decorated rooms. An old enemy, he said. One who has wanted my port routes for years. Nico added quietly, and one who has been circling Adrian's resentment for months. My chest tightened. Adrian had not only released edited lies, he had stolen from his father, from the company, from whatever hidden empire lived beneath Vale Holdings. Dominic handed the tablet back to Nico. His voice was soft, deadly. Lock every account Adrian can access. Pull security from his apartment and replace protection with surveillance. Alert the harbor teams. No one moves on Sorrento without my order. Nico nodded and left. The door closed. I stood near the bed, torn annulment papers around my bare feet, and watched Dominic become something far more dangerous than a husband. He looked at me. His eyes were dark with purpose. My son did not just betray me, he said. A chill went through me. He declared war. Chapter 8. Dominic Vale prepared to destroy his only son with the calm of a man choosing which cufflinks to wear to a funeral. That was what frightened me most. Not the guards moving through the mansion with silent urgency. Not the black cars lining the courtyard beneath the storm clouds. Not Nico speaking into his earpiece in a voice so low it felt illegal to hear. Not the way every door on the first floor seemed to lock at once, each click a reminder that this house was not only beautiful. It was fortified. No. What frightened me was Dominic. Standing in the center of his study, sleeves rolled to his forearms, face unreadable, eyes fixed on 3 monitors while men waited for orders that could change lives before sunrise. War had entered the house and he did not raise his voice to greet it. He simply made room. Account access? He asked. A man near the desk answered immediately. Frozen across all family-linked structures, company cards disabled, personal emergency fund pending your command. Leave him enough to make him feel mobile, Dominic said. My stomach tightened. Not enough to escape, enough to reveal himself. Nico looked up from his tablet. Done. Security? Pulled from his apartment, replaced with watchers. They will not intervene unless civilians are at risk. Watchers, not protectors. I stood near the fireplace with my arms wrapped around myself, still in the robe I had worn when Nico delivered the news. Torn annulment papers had been swept up by staff I had not even seen enter, but I could still feel them around my feet. The choice I had made, the papers I had destroyed. The kiss Dominic had stopped because he refused to let grief and desire make decisions for us. And now Adrian had stolen restricted files and carried them toward a man named Victor Sorrento, an old enemy, a port rival, a predator who had been circling Adrian's resentment for months. Dominic's voice cut through the room again. Confirm the route. Nico tapped the screen. Adrian crossed the bridge 12 minutes ago. Vehicle is headed south toward West Harbor. Sorrento's intermediary controls a private club off Pier 9. One of Dominic's men said, We can intercept before he arrives. No. The room stopped. The man lowered his chin. Sir, Dominic did not look away from the monitor. If we take him before the exchange, he is a thief. If he enters Sorrento's room with those files, he is a traitor. The word traitor felt too large for the room. Too final. My throat went dry. This was not a father punishing a son for public humiliation anymore. This was empire law. Blood or not, Adrian had crossed into a place where love could not follow without becoming weakness. Dominic turned slightly. What did he copy? Nico's face hardened. Shipping insurance structures, private security invoices, harbor rotation patterns, names attached to shell companies. A strange pulse moved through me. Shipping insurance, private security invoices, boring company secrets. My mind snatched at something. A memory. Not from this week. Older. Dim, sour, wrapped in the smell of champagne and Adrian's expensive cologne. I frowned. Dominic saw. Even while preparing for war, he saw. What? He asked. Every eye turned toward me. I hated it. Then I remembered. Adrian said something once. Dominic faced me fully. When? I swallowed. 8 months ago, after the Bellamy dinner. The same dinner from the edited video. The balcony. Dominic asking if I wanted him to call Adrian back. I had gone home with Adrian that night, quiet and embarrassed. He had been drunk enough to brag, sober enough to wound. He said you hid your real secrets behind boring company names, I said slowly. He laughed about it, said if anyone wanted to hurt you, they wouldn't look for guns or drugs or cash. They would look for shipping insurance and private security invoices. The room changed. Nico's eyes sharpened. Dominic went still, not like before. This stillness had teeth. Exact words he'd asked, as close as I remember. Was anyone with him? I closed my eyes, reaching for the memory. A car ride. Rain. Adrian complaining that his father treated him like a child, his phone lighting up, a name I did not recognize. No one in the car, I said. But he got a call after. He looked pleased, smug. I asked who it was, and he said someone who understood power better than his father did. Nico cursed softly. Dominic turned toward him. Pull Adrian's call logs from that night. Cross-check unknown numbers with Sorrento's shell companies. Already doing it. The woman at the side table typed furiously. I stood frozen, my heartbeat suddenly too loud. Dominic looked at me. His expression did not soften, but something in it shifted. Recognition. Not of my usefulness like a tool, of my place in the room. You found the thread, he said. The words warmed and frightened me at once. Nico's tablet chimed. He read quickly. Confirmed 3 calls after the Bellamy dinner to a number attached to Sorrento's import broker. Dominic's jaw tightened. So this was never sudden, I whispered. No, Dominic said. Adrian has been feeding his resentment to a man who knew how to season it. A chill slid down my spine. Adrian had not tripped into treason tonight. He had been led there, step by bitter step, by someone patient enough to weaponize an entitled son against his father. Dominic reached for his jacket. We go now. I stepped forward. I'm coming. No. The word was immediate. Too immediate. The room held its breath. I looked at him. He looked back. There was no anger in his face, only iron. I hated iron when it was built around me. I am not going upstairs, I said. This is not a gala hallway. I know that. This is not a boardroom. I know that, too. His voice lowered. Victor Sorrento would use your pulse as leverage if he could reach it. Then do not let him reach it. Nico shifted slightly near the desk. Smart man said nothing. Dominic stepped closer, and every person in the room seemed to find a reason to look somewhere else. Celeste. No. My voice trembled, but I held the line. Do not say my name like the conversation is over. Adrian has used me in every version of this war. He used me to humiliate you, used Marissa to replace me, used edited videos to stain me. Now he is carrying stolen files because he cannot stand that I stop belonging to him. Dominic's eyes darkened. I am already in this, I said. Stop trying to protect me by pretending I am not. His face tightened. There it was. The struggle, not between wanting me there and not wanting me there, between control and trust. You follow the safety plan, he said. I exhaled. It was not victory. It was permission with bruises on it. I will follow safety, I said. I will not follow silence. For 1 second, something like pride touched his eyes. Then war swallowed it. Fine. West Harbor looked like the place a city sent its sins when the rich were done pretending they did not have any. Warehouses crouched beneath dirty yellow lamps. Fog rolled low over black water. Shipping containers stacked in rows like walls. The smell of salt, diesel, rain, and rust entered the SUV even with the windows closed. I sat in the back seat beside Nico 2 streets away from Pier 9. My hands were clasped tightly in my lap. Dominic had gone ahead with 4 men. Before leaving the car, he had turned back to me. No speech, no warning, just one look. It said too much. Stay alive, stay still, stay mine. No, not mine. He would not say that. He would never make ownership sound like love. But something possessive lived in his fear anyway. Not the kind Adrian carried. Adrian's possession had been about entitlement. Dominic's felt like terror given discipline. Nico held a small device, and through it I heard pieces of the room Dominic had entered. Adrian's voice came first. Too bright, too confident. You brought men to a family conversation, Dominic answered, calm as winter. You stopped being family when you carried my secrets to an enemy. My chest tightened. A second voice followed. Smooth, amused, older. Dominic Vale, still turning every room into a courtroom. Nico's expression changed. Sorrento. Dominic's voice cooled. Victor. I expected your son, not the king himself. You invited treason into my house. Did you think I would send flowers? Sorrento laughed softly. The boy came willingly. Adrian snapped. Don't call me boy. Dominic said nothing. That silence was worse than insult. Sorrento continued. He brought me something valuable. No, Dominic said. He brought you a warning. A pause. Adrian's voice sharpened. What does that mean? It means the drive in your hand is dead. Silence. Nico's mouth curved slightly. Dominic continued. The moment you copied restricted files, the server mirrored your access and loaded false structures, poisoned names, dead roots, trackers embedded into every document package. You did not sell my secrets, Adrian. You delivered my leash to Victor's system. A chair scraped. Sorrento's polish thinned. You used your own son as bait. I hoped he would stop being useful before he became necessary. The words cut through me, because beneath their brutality was grief. Adrian heard only the insult. You knew, he said. I suspected. For how long? Long enough to hope I was wrong. A sound left Adrian, half laugh, half wound. You wanted this. You wanted a reason to cut me off because of her. The her struck like a thrown glass. Dominic's voice lowered. Say my wife's name carefully. My stomach tightened. Nico's eyes flicked to me. Then the device crackled. Another sound came from outside the SUV. A footstep. Nico stiffened. The guard in the front seat turned. Through the tinted window, I saw 2 men appear from the fog near the alley mouth. Not Dominic's men. I knew before anyone said it. Something about the way they moved, loose, predatory, smiling at the wrong time. One lifted his phone and looked toward our vehicle. Nico's hand went to his weapon. Stay low, he said. My heart kicked. The front guard spoke into his cuff. Contact near secondary vehicle. The 2 men approached, slowly, like they wanted us to watch them coming. The device in Nico's hand hissed with Dominic's voice. What is happening? Nico answered without taking his eyes from the men. Sorrento's men made the vehicle. Silence. Then Dominic said, Move her. The front guard opened his door. Too late. One of Sorrento's men lifted a gun just enough for me to see it under his coat. Not pointed. Displayed. A promise. The other smiled and tapped the roof of the SUV once. Tap, tap, tap. My breath stopped. Inside the device, Sorrento chuckled. Ah, he said. Did you bring the new wife to the harbor, Dominic? How romantic. Dominic's voice went deadly quiet. Victor, you always did mistake women for territory. Nico opened his door so fast I barely saw him move. Down. He pushed me low, not roughly, shielding me with his body as the front guard stepped out with his own weapon visible now. Not a shot fired. Not yet. Just pressure, power, a test of who would flinch first. My pulse roared in my ears. Through the crack between seats, I saw black shapes moving in the fog. Dominic's men. More than I had realized. They emerged from both sides of the street, silent and precise, closing the space around Sorrento's men like the night had grown teeth. The man tapping the roof stopped smiling. Nico spoke softly into his cuff. Secondary secured. Inside the device, Dominic said, Celeste. One word, not a question, a command and a fear. I grabbed the device from Nico before he could stop me. I'm here, I said. A pause, long enough for me to feel the room he was in stop breathing. Dominic's voice came back lower. Stay there, I should have. I know that. Every sensible part of me knew that. But then Adrian's voice came through the speaker, venomous and loud. You brought her because you like an audience when you steal what belongs to me. Something in me snapped clean, not fear, not pride. Enough. I pushed the door open. Mrs. Vale, Nico hissed, but I was already out. Cold harbor air slapped my face. The fog dampened my hair. The men around the SUV shifted, but Nico stayed close enough that I could feel him behind me. The private club entrance was across the loading bay, its side door held open by one of Dominic's guards. I walked toward it. My legs shook. I walked anyway. Inside, the room smelled of cigars, whiskey, and old money gone rotten. Adrian stood near a long table, face flushed, hair disheveled, the silver drive lying between him and Sorrento like an exposed nerve. Sorrento sat with one hand resting on a cane, silver-haired and elegant, his smile thin as wire. Dominic stood across from them. He turned when I entered. For the first time all night, his control cracked openly. Fear. Then fury, because fear had found a target. "What are you doing?" he asked. I did not answer him. I looked at Adrian. He stared at me with such hatred that something inside me finally went quiet. Not dead this time. Free. "You keep saying I belong to you," I said. The room went still. Adrian's mouth twisted. "Celeste. No." My voice shook, but it carried. "You do not get to say my name like there is still a door between us." Dominic moved subtly, positioning himself near enough to reach me in one step, far enough not to stand in front of me. I felt that. I loved him a little for it. God help me. "You lost me before he touched my hand," I said. "Before the courthouse, before the contract, before the world had a headline to chew on." Adrian's face hardened. "You lost me every time you left me alone in a room and called it confidence. Every time you let your family cut me with manners. Every time you made me feel grateful for half love because the full thing was too expensive to give a woman without a name." His eyes flickered. A wound. Small but real. I stepped closer. "Nico moved with me. You did not lose me because Dominic stole me." My throat tightened. "You lost me because he saw me." Adrian's mouth opened. No answer came. Sorrento's eyes gleamed with interest. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Family theater." Dominic's gaze cut to him. "Careful, Victor." Sorrento smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. "Oh, I am careful. That is why I notice cracks." He looked between Dominic, Adrian, and me. "Your son was always a crack. She is merely the light showing through it." Dominic's voice went cold. "You are leaving with nothing." "Nothing?" Sorrento rose slowly. "I leave knowing your boy can be turned, your wife can draw you into the open, and your house is not as sealed as you pretend." The threat slid beneath my skin. Dominic did not move, but every man in the room felt the shift. "You leave," Dominic said, "because I allow it tonight." Sorrento inclined his head. "Tonight." Then he walked out with his men, surrendering the room, but not the war. Adrian watched him go, his last imagined ally. Gone. Then Dominic looked at Nico. "Remove him." Adrian's head snapped up. "You can't." Dominic's face was stone. "I already have." "You would choose her over your son?" Dominic went still. For a moment, I thought the question had struck too deep. Then he said, "I choose my wife over the man who tried to destroy her and sell my bloodline's secrets to an enemy." Adrian flinched. Not enough for remorse, enough for shame. Nico's men took his arms. Adrian did not fight at first. Then, as they pulled him past me, he leaned close. "This is not over." Dominic moved between us so fast the air changed. His voice dropped to something almost gentle. "That is the first true thing you have said tonight." Adrian was dragged out into the fog. His voice faded, then disappeared. Back at the mansion, Dominic did not speak. Not in the car, not in the foyer. Not when Nico gave the report that Sorrento's system had accepted the poisoned files, and Adrian was contained at a secure property without company access. Dominic walked into the study and stood before the fire with his back to me, jacket gone, hands braced on the mantel, a man who had won, a father who had lost. I stood in the doorway, suddenly unsure. The danger had left my body in pieces. My hands shook. My throat ached from words I had needed years to say. And beneath all that, there was Dominic. Not the king, not the weapon. The man staring into the fire like the flames might tell him how to survive his son. "Dominic," I said. His shoulders tightened. "You should go upstairs." "No." His head lowered. "Celeste." I crossed the room. He did not turn. "He is still your son," I said. The words seemed to hit him harder than any accusation could have. "Yes." One word. "Raw. I know." "No," he said, voice rougher now. "You know what he did. You do not know what it is to hold your child in one arm and his mother's coffin with the other part of your soul and still raise him into this. My heart twisted. There was Evelina again, the ghost beneath every wound. I stepped closer. You did not make him steal those files. No. You did not make him hurt me. No. You did not make him choose Sorrento. His fingers tightened against the mantle. No. But you still feel responsible. He laughed once without humor. I am his father. That was not an answer. It was a sentence he had been serving for years. I touched his back lightly. He went still under my palm. You're allowed to grieve someone who is still alive. His head turned slightly, not enough to look at me, enough to hear me differently. You should hate him, he said. I do. The honesty did not shock him, and I can still understand that it hurts you. Silence. Then Dominic turned. His face stopped me, not because he looked weak, because he looked tired of being impossible to wound. His eyes moved over me, checking, counting damage. Did they frighten you? Yes, his jaw tightened. Did I? I looked at him. The answer mattered. He knew it. So did I. No, I said. You frightened everyone else. Something close to a smile touched his mouth and died. Good. Good. I stepped closer. This is not revenge anymore. His eyes searched mine. You should not decide that tonight. I am deciding it tonight because tonight proved it. Celeste. No, listen to me. My voice shook, but I did not stop. I chose to go with you. I chose to walk into that room. I chose to speak. I chose to stay. Not because Adrian hurt me, not because the world is loud, not because you put me in a pretty cage. His face tightened at the word. I lifted my hand and touched his cheek. You keep giving me the key. Dominic closed his eyes, only for a second, but it felt like something in him fell to its knees. When he opened them, the restraint was there. So was desire. So was fear. You are shaking, he said. I know. You are exhausted. I know. You almost had a gun shown to you in a harbor because of my family. I know. His hand rose to my wrist, gently holding me where I touched him. And still. The words entered the room and changed the air. Dominic's gaze dropped to my mouth, then returned to my eyes. Say it clearly. I knew by now that he would always ask. Maybe that was why I could answer. I want you. His breath changed. I want this to be mine, I whispered. Not Adrian's punishment, not the world's scandal. Mine. His hand tightened around my wrist for one heartbeat, then loosened. You can stop me, he said. I know. Any second, I know. I will not make you ask twice. My throat tightened. I know. That was why I stepped into him. That was why, when he bent his head, I met him halfway. The kiss was not gentle enough to be mistaken for comfort. It was controlled, yes, careful where it needed to be. But there was hunger in it now, finally allowed to breathe. His mouth moved over mine with a restrained intensity that made my fingers curl in his shirt. His hands settled at my waist, holding me close, waiting for me to lean before he drew me nearer. I did. The sound he made against my mouth was low and broken, and it undid every lie Adrian had ever told me about being unwanted. Dominic kissed like a man at war with his own need, and I kissed him back like a woman done apologizing for wanting to be cherished and desired at the same time. He guided me away from the desk. Not there. I understood before he said it. Not on a battlefield. He murmured against my mouth. My eyes burned. He led me to the sofa near the fire, where the light was warmer, where the room felt less like strategy and more like shelter. Every touch after that asked and answered. His fingers at the tie of my robe paused. Mine covered his and loosened it myself. His eyes stayed on my face, not the falling fabric, like the most intimate thing in the room, was still my permission. The world narrowed to warmth and breath and the sound of my name in his voice. Celeste. Not as warning, not as possession, as reverence. He touched me like he had studied every way I might disappear and refused to let one happen unnoticed. When I trembled, he slowed. When my hands gripped too tightly, he pressed his forehead to mine and reminded me where I was. With him. In this room. By choice. I learned the weight of his body without feeling crushed by it. The strength of his hands without feeling owned. The heat of him without losing myself inside it. And when the last fragile distance between us finally disappeared, it did not feel like revenge taking shape in flesh. It felt like surrender without defeat. Afterward, he held me against his chest while the fire burned low and the storm tapped at the windows. My cheek rested over his heart. It beat hard beneath my skin. Not calm, not untouched. Human. His hand moved slowly over my hair, again and again, not seduction now. Presence. The thing he had once failed to give and now offered like penance, like promise, like prayer. "Are you all right?" he asked. His voice was rough. I lifted my head enough to see his face. He looked terrified of the answer. That almost broke me. "Yes," I whispered. His thumb brushed my cheek. "Truth." A small smile trembled at my mouth. "Truth," he exhaled slowly. "Did I hurt you?" "No." "Did I make you feel trapped?" "No." "No." "Did you regret?" I covered his mouth with my fingers. He stopped instantly. "No," I said. "And if you ask me 12 more ways, I will start to think you are trying to ruin the moment." Something softened in his eyes. Not a smile. Better. Relief. He kissed my fingertips, then lowered my hand and held it over his heart. "I will ask anyway when it matters." "I know." "Good." I settled back against him. For a while, neither of us spoke. The fire cracked softly. The house breathed around us. Somewhere in the city, Adrian was plotting his next wound. Sorrento was counting the cracks he had seen. The world still believed half lies and wanted more. But in that room, Dominic's arms stayed around me like shelter with unlocked doors. My phone buzzed on the table. Once, then again. Dominic's body went still beneath mine. I closed my eyes. "Do not answer," he said. The phone buzzed a third time. Unknown number. Dominic reached for it before I could, read the screen, and every trace of warmth left his face. "What?" I asked. He did not answer. I sat up, pulling the robe tighter around me. "Dominic." Slowly, he handed me the phone. One message glowed on the screen. "Ask my father what really happened to my mother." The room that had felt like shelter went cold around us. Dominic looked at the dying fire. And for the first time since I had met him, he looked less like a man preparing for war than one already standing in the ruins of it. Chapter 9. The dead woman between us had a name, and Adrian knew exactly where to carve it. Evelina. I stared at the message until the letters stopped looking like words and started looking like a door I had no right to open. Ask my father what really happened to my mother. The phone felt heavy in my hand. Too heavy for something so small. Dominic sat beside me on the sofa, the fire throwing low gold across his bare chest and the sharp planes of his face. Minutes ago, I had been curled against him, warm and breathless and held with such careful tenderness that some foolish part of me had started to believe the world could not reach us in this room. Now his body had gone still. Not cold toward me. Worse. Cold toward himself. I pulled the robe tighter around my body, suddenly aware of every vulnerable inch of skin, every soft place the night had left open. The fire cracked quietly. Rain whispered against the windows. Somewhere deep in the mansion, the house settled with an old, expensive sigh. Dominic did not look at me. He looked at the phone, then past it, past the room, past me, to her. I knew that before he said a word. Dominic. His name came out softer than I intended. His jaw flexed once. "Give me the phone." It was not harsh. It was worse. It was controlled, the kind of control men used when emotion had become too dangerous to let breathe. I closed my fingers around it. No. His eyes came to mine, dark, guarded, still carrying heat from what had happened between us, but buried now beneath something older, colder, and full of graves. "Celeste." "No," I said again. "Do not use that voice with me." "What voice?" "The one that turns me into something to manage." His face tightened. "Good. Let it land." I was tired of being managed by powerful men. Adrian had managed me with humiliation. Dominic did it with protection. One was crueler, the other was kinder. But both could close around my throat if I let silence become law. The phone buzzed again. Both of us looked down. Unknown number. Another message. "He'll tell you she was fragile." That's what men call women after they break them. My stomach turned. Dominic closed his eyes, only for a second. But in that second, I saw him take the wound. Not deflect it, not deny it. Take it. When he opened his eyes, something in them had gone distant. I hated Adrian for knowing where to hit him. I hated Dominic for giving Adrian a place so silent it could be weaponized. And I hated myself for the small, frightened part of me that wondered if the message carried even one grain of truth. Dominic must have seen it. A sad kind of understanding moved over his face. Part of you is asking it now. I swallowed. No, Celeste. The truth stood between us. I could lie to his face, or I could honor what we had just become by not making either of us pretend. Yes, I whispered. His expression did not harden. That would have been easier. He nodded once, like I had given him a sentence he already knew he deserved. I understand. Those 2 words nearly broke me. I sat up straighter. Do not make me feel cruel for asking. I would not. Then tell me. His gaze moved to the fire. The flames had burned down, low and red, glowing beneath blackened wood like anger that had lost strength but not memory. Not like this. The answer hit the room hard. A laugh left me. Small, sharp, painful. There it is. His eyes returned to mine. Evelina deserves more than being dragged into the first night I touched you. The words stopped me. Not because they were unfair, because they were not. This room still smelled like us. Like fire, rain, and intimacy. My body still remembered his hands. My heart was still trying to understand what it meant that Dominic Vale had held me afterward. Like presence was not an act but a vow. And now Adrian had thrown his dead mother into the warmth between us like a corpse through a window. I looked down. My anger faltered. I'm not trying to disrespect her, I know. I'm trying not to let your son use her against me. Dominic's mouth tightened at your son, not in offense, in pain. He already has. The phone buzzed again. I flinched despite myself. Dominic looked at my hand around the device. Let me block the number. He'll find another. Yes, then let him talk. Dominic's gaze sharpened. I lifted the phone and read the 3rd message before he could stop me. He cages women, Celeste. He calls it protection. Ask yourself why the staff knows how to make a beautiful prison. The air left my lungs. That one hit differently. Not because I believed Adrian, because it touched something I had already feared. The mansion, the staff, the security, the contract. The bedroom that was mine by need, not command. The protection that always came with walls. Dominic watched my face change. His expression went still again. But this time, not with refusal, with recognition. That, he said quietly, is not entirely wrong. My heart stopped for a second. What? I know how to cage someone while believing I am keeping her safe. The sentence moved through the room like a blade drawn slowly from velvet. I stared at him. He did not look away. No defense. No outrage. No wounded pride. Only brutal, exhausted honesty. The kind of honesty that did not clean him. It stained him properly. I pulled my robe tighter around me. Tell me. Dominic stood. For one sharp second, fear moved through me. Not of him, of distance. But he only crossed to the fireplace, braced one hand on the mantel, and looked into the dying flames. His back was to me now. Broad. Marked faintly by old scars I had not fully noticed earlier in the tenderness of the room. A man made of violence and regret. Evelina Bellardi was 19 when I married her, he said. His voice was low, controlled enough to survive itself. I was 28, too young to lead properly, too old to admit I did not know how. I stayed still on the sofa, knees drawn beneath me, phone lying forgotten in my lap. Her family needed protection, he continued. Mine needed an alliance. My father was still alive then, though illness had already made him crueler than usual. He chose her because she was beautiful, obedient, from good blood, and young enough to be shaped by the house. The word shaped made my skin crawl. Did you love her? He was silent for too long. No. The answer was soft, merciless. I cared for her. I respected her innocence. I protected her body, her name, her place. But love? He looked down. No, not at first, maybe not in any way she could feel. My throat tightened. And she loved you? Yes, that answer came faster. Worse. She tried, he said. God help her. She tried so hard that for years I mistook effort for happiness. I could see it too clearly. A young wife in this huge house, smiling because survival had taught her that pleasing a powerful man was safer than needing from him. My chest ached in recognition I did not want. Dominic turned slightly, but not enough to face me. I gave her everything men in my family called love. Security, houses, jewels, a staff, doctors, drivers, accounts, a son. His jaw tightened. I gave her everything except the one thing she asked for without words until she stopped asking. I already knew, but I asked anyway. What? Presents. The word landed quietly, then kept landing, again and again. presence. The thing he had given me after our first night together. The thing he checked for in every touch. The thing he asked with still with me? And truth and, do you feel trapped? Not because he was naturally gentle, because he had once failed a woman so completely that tenderness became terror in his hands. Dominic's voice roughened. She would wait for me at dinner. I would be late. She would ask about my day. I would answer with business. She would stand near me at parties, and I would think her silence meant she was comfortable when it meant she had learned not to interrupt power. My eyes burned. I saw that in you, he said. I went still. He looked at me then. Finally, his face was composed, but his eyes were ruined. I saw you smile while Adrian left you alone. I saw you stand in rooms pretending abandonment was poise. I saw you swallow humiliation in small, elegant bites. His voice lowered, and I hated him for it because I recognized myself. My breath caught. The truth hurt, not because it made him monstrous, because it made him human in a way that had consequences. What happened to her? I asked. Dominic looked back at the fire. She became lonely first, then sad, then ill. Physically? Yes, eventually. He swallowed. It was the first visible struggle I had seen from him since the message arrived. At the beginning, doctors used soft words. Exhaustion, nerves, sensitivity. She had fainting spells. She stopped sleeping. Then she stopped eating enough. She cried quietly, which made it easier for the house to pretend it did not hear. My stomach twisted, Dominic. I increased security. The words were flat, self-hatred stripped of ornament. I thought she was overwhelmed by society, by threats, by my enemies. So I gave her more guards, fewer public events, more staff to watch her. I moved her into a quieter wing when she said the house felt too loud. He laughed once. No humor, no warmth. I built her a softer cage and called it mercy. A tear slipped down my cheek. I wiped it quickly. He saw anyway. I was not cruel to her in the ways Adrian wants you to imagine, he said. I never struck her, never forced her, never humiliated her in public, never took a lover into her bed. His eyes met mine. But a woman can be destroyed by absence dressed as respect. Silence filled the room, heavy, sacred, terrible. I thought of Adrian's words. Men like me make mistakes. Smart women learn what matters. Dominic's mistake had not been loud like Adrian's. It had been quieter. That made it no less lethal. Did she ask you to change? I whispered. Yes, the answer was immediate, and I misunderstood every request. She asked me to stay home. I gave her a driver to visit me at the office. She asked me to come to bed before dawn. I moved meetings earlier for 1 week, then let crisis pull me back. She asked me if I was happy with her. I told her she was safe. His face tightened. I thought safety answered everything. I wrapped my arms around myself. It doesn't. No. The fire popped softly. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then I asked the question I feared most. How did she die? Dominic closed his eyes. The grief that moved over his face was not fresh. It was worse. Old grief, carried so long it had become bone. There was a storm, he said. His voice came from somewhere far away. Adrian was 15. I was in the city meeting with men who wanted our port contracts and thought illness in my household made me weak. Evelina had a fever. Staff said it was mild. Doctors had been in and out for months by then. There was always something wrong, and never enough wrong to make me stop the machine. My chest tightened. She asked for you? Yes. The answer was barely sound, and I said I would come after the meeting. A tear slipped down his face. Just one. He turned before I could see it properly, but I had already seen. Dominic Vale, who could stare down armed men in a harbor, turned away from one tear. When I arrived, he said, she was gone. My hand went to my mouth. The room blurred. He continued, voice low and merciless toward himself. I told myself she had doctors, staff, guards, nurses. I told myself no one thought it was serious. I told myself she had been sick so long that one more fever did not look like the end. He looked at me, but she knew. My throat closed. She knew? She sent a note. I stopped breathing. Dominic's hand tightened on the mantel. 4 words. He did not say them immediately. I almost told him he did not have to, but that would have been mercy he had not asked for. So I waited. His voice broke on the edge of them. Tell Adrian I stayed. The words entered me and tore something quiet open. Not I love him, not forgive me, not come quickly. Tell Adrian I stayed. A mother's last message to a son in a house where everyone else kept leaving. I pressed my palm over my heart. Oh, Dominic. He shook his head once. No, do not soften it. I'm not. Yes, you are. I stood slowly, robe gathered around me, and crossed the room. He did not move away, but every muscle in him tightened as if contact might punish him more than words. I stopped beside him. I am not softening it, I said. I am standing near it. His eyes turned to mine. For once he looked uncertain what to do with that. Good, let him learn. Adrian blamed you, I said. Yes. And you let him. He was a boy beside his mother's coffin. He needed a villain more than he needed nuance. You were not innocent. No. But you were not what he is trying to make you. Dominic looked at me for a long, aching second. Does it matter? Yes. His mouth tightened. Tell that to the dead. The words struck hard. I touched his arm. He flinched, not away, inward, like tenderness had hit a bruise. Evelina deserved better, I said, his eyes darkened. Yes. And so do you. He stared at me. I do not. Yes, you do. Not because you are guiltless, because guilt is not the same thing as a life sentence, where you keep rebuilding the same prison and calling it penance. The room went silent again. This time it changed. Dominic looked at my hand on his arm, then at my face. You should be afraid of me, he said. I am afraid of what you might become if no one tells you when protection starts turning into a cage. His breath stopped. That was the truth I had been circling since the first night. His control, his security, his instinct to move me upstairs, lock doors, make plans, silence threats before I could even understand them. It came from care, it came from fear. It could still become dangerous, he knew it. So did I. My voice softened, but a cage is locked from the outside. His eyes searched mine. You keep giving me the key. The words landed in him. I saw them hit, not as forgiveness, not as absolution, as responsibility. His hand lifted slowly and covered mine where it rested on his arm. You must tell me, he said. If I see it? Yes, I will. No, his voice roughened, not gently, not carefully, not after you have made yourself small to survive my love. My throat tightened. Dominic, promise me. I looked at him, the man who had failed one wife by absence and feared failing another by control, the man who had married me in scandal and still put exits in front of me like offerings, the man whose son was trying to use the dead to kill what little trust we had begun building. I promise, I whispered. His eyes closed. The phone buzzed behind us on the sofa. We both turned. The warmth disappeared. I picked it up before he could. This time it was not Adrian. Nico. Emergency board meeting called for 10 a.m. Adrian triggered morality and stability clauses, press already gathering. He is using the marriage, edited footage, Evelina, and Sorrento as evidence of compromised leadership. I read the message twice. The first time, the words made no sense. The second, they made too much. I handed the phone to Dominic. He read it. The grief in his face did not vanish. It hardened into command. He is moving faster than expected, he said. What does that mean? It means Adrian knows he cannot win privately, so he will try to strip power publicly. The board can remove you? Not easily. Look toward the window. Dawn had begun to gray the edges of the curtains, but they can wound the company, freeze decisions, force reviews, weaken confidence. If enough of them believe I am emotionally compromised, Sorrento benefits. And me? His eyes came to mine. He did not soften the answer. You are his centerpiece. My stomach turned. The cheating, the marriage, the edited videos, Evelina, the young second wife. The scandal that made powerful men wonder if Dominic Vale had lost judgment to desire. Dominic moved toward the desk and picked up his phone. I am sending you to the North residence. No, he stopped. I had answered before he finished. His gaze sharpened. Celeste. No, this will be brutal. Good. His face darkened. That is not bravery. That is anger. It is both. They will ask questions designed to make you feel dirty. I have survived that already. They will use Adrian's affair, Marissa's claim, the footage, our marriage, your age, your lack of family protection, your body language, your every expression. Then I will give them my voice too. Dominic stared at me. They will bring up Evelina. Pain crossed his face. I stepped closer. Then we do not let Adrian use her as a knife. His jaw flexed. You do not owe me this. No, I said, I owe myself. The answer stopped him. I felt it stop him. Good. This mattered, not just defending him, not just proving I was loyal. I had spent 4 years letting Adrian and his world narrate me into smaller and smaller rooms. I had spent days watching strangers decide what my face meant, what my body wanted, what my choices proved. No more. I am not going because I am your wife, I said. His expression shifted. I am going because this meeting is about me, and I refuse to be spoken around like evidence. Dominic looked at me for a long moment. Then slowly he lowered his phone. What do you need? My breath caught. Not no, not be reasonable, not I know best. What do you need? I blinked hard. A dress. His eyes darkened with something like pride. What kind? Deep ivory. Not white. Not bridal. Not innocent. I touched my bare throat. No necklace. Still no decoration. Never when I am being judged. His gaze moved over my face. Done. And I need to know what they'll ask. They will ask if you married me for revenge. I did. Yes, they will ask if I wanted you before. His jaw tightened. What will you say? I looked toward the sofa where the phone still glowed with Adrian's poison. The truth. Dominic waited. Maybe some wounded part of me noticed when you saw me. Maybe that scared me. Maybe I buried it because I loved Adrian and I was loyal to the choice I had made. I met his eyes, but I did not betray him. No, he said quietly, you did not. They will ask why I stayed after you offered annulment. Yes. I'll tell them, because it was the first time a powerful man offered me freedom instead of calling ownership love. Dominic's face changed. Whatever he felt, he hid quickly. Not quickly enough. The next 3 hours moved like war dressed for court. Lawyers arrived before sunrise. Nico brought reports. A crisis team assembled in Dominic's study while I sat beside him, hair damp from the shower, wrapped in a robe, listening as strangers discussed morality clauses, voting structures, public statements, Sorrento exposure, Adrian's file theft, Marissa's false pregnancy claim, and Evelina's name with careful legal distance. Every time Evelina was mentioned, Dominic's hand went still. Every time, I noticed. At 7:30, a stylist entered with 3 dresses. I chose the deep ivory one. Clean lines, long sleeves, soft but severe, armor without metal. When I came downstairs dressed, the study quieted. Dominic turned from the window. His eyes moved over me once, then stopped at my throat. Bare. No diamonds, no chain, no mark but my own pulse. You look exact, he said. A small, trembling smile almost touched my mouth. You used that one already. It remains true. Nico opened the door. Cars are ready. Outside, morning had fully arrived. Press waited beyond the gates, cameras flashing through black iron. The city already knew there would be blood. Dominic offered his hand. I looked at it, then took it. The drive to Vale Holdings was silent, but not empty. His thumb rested once against my knuckles. One quiet touch, one question. Still, beside me? I answered by turning my hand in his and holding on. When we reached the building, the crowd outside surged. Reporters shouted, Mrs. Vale. Did Dominic hide the truth about Evelina? Were you involved before the marriage? Is Adrian challenging the board? Did Sorrento receive Vela files? Dominic's security cut a path through them. The flashes were merciless. I kept my head up. Inside, the lobby was marble, steel, and judgment. Employees pretended not to stare and failed. Board members waited near the private elevators, their expressions arranged into careful neutrality, the kind that looked polite until it voted against you. Adrian stood among them. Perfect suit. Perfect hair. A small, vicious smile. When he saw me, that smile deepened. He wanted me here. That chilled me. Dominic's hand tightened once around mine. Adrian stepped closer, just enough to speak without the press hearing. Ready to find out what happens when the room sees you clearly? I looked at him. Really looked. And for the first time, he seemed less like the man who had broken me and more like a spoiled boy standing too close to the cliff he had mistaken for a stage. Yes, I said. His smile faltered. The elevator doors opened. Dominic stepped in. I stepped beside him. Not behind. Not hidden. Beside. As the doors began to close, I looked directly at Adrian. Let them put me on trial, I said. I'm done being silent. Chapter 10. Adrian smiled at me like a man who had mistaken my silence for a grave. That was his last mistake. The boardroom at Vale Holdings did not look like the kind of room where families bled. It looked civilized. That made it worse. Glass walls, black marble floors, a table long enough to seat an empire. Leather chairs filled with board members, attorneys, family representatives, and men who did not appear on company brochures, but whose stillness told me exactly what kind of business lived beneath Vale Holdings' polished surface. Beyond the glass, past the narrow metal blinds, I could see the press crowding the street below. Cameras, microphones, hungry mouths, waiting to swallow whatever blood came out of this room. Dominic entered beside me. Not ahead of me, beside me. His hand did not hold mine, but his fingers brushed once against the back of my knuckles as we crossed the threshold. One touch, one silent question. Still with me? I lifted my chin. Yes, the room noticed. Rooms like this were built to notice weakness. A trembling hand, a lowered gaze, a wife placed half a step behind her husband, a woman waiting to be saved. I gave them none of it. My dress was deep ivory, severe and soft at once, my throat bare, my hair pulled away from my face. No diamonds, no chain, no decoration for them to turn into meaning. I had dressed like the truth, plain enough to be believed, sharp enough to cut. Adrian stood at the far end of the table in a charcoal suit, handsome in the way polished knives were handsome before they found skin. Marissa stood near the wall behind him, pale and careful, her eyes red but dry. No red dress today, no hand on her stomach, no glowing future, just fear wrapped in designer silk. Good. Let her feel what it was like to enter a room and not know whether mercy had been invited. Dominic pulled out the chair at his right. Every eye followed the movement. His right. Not behind him. Not beside lawyers. Not where a scandal wife was tucked until men finished deciding her value. His right. I sat. Adrian's smile tightened. A board member with silver hair and a face made for delivering bad news cleared his throat. Mr. Vale. Mrs. Vale. Mrs. Vale. No one laughed. No one corrected him. A small, dangerous calm moved through me. Dominic remained standing. Begin. The senior attorney opened a folder. This emergency session was triggered under the morality, stability, and fiduciary confidence provisions submitted by Mr. Adrian Vale at 4:42 this morning. Adrian stepped forward. He looked almost sad. That was how I knew the performance had begun. I appreciate everyone gathering so quickly, he said. No son wants to stand before a board and question his father's judgment. Dominic sat beside me with the stillness of a man who had already seen where every bullet would land. Adrian continued, voice low, controlled, wounded in all the correct places. But Vale Holdings is bigger than one man's private desire. Bigger than humiliation. Bigger than scandal. In the past several days, my father has displayed a pattern of emotionally compromised behavior that threatens this company, this family, and every legitimate structure built around our name. A murmur moved through the room. My stomach tightened. Here it came. Adrian looked at me. He married my fiancée less than 24 hours after a private personal misunderstanding. Private personal misunderstanding. I almost laughed. Dominic's hand moved beneath the table and covered mine, not to silence me, to anchor me. I let him. Adrian saw it. His mouth hardened. He used his wealth, his position, and his authority over this family to turn a wounded young woman into a weapon against his own son. Wounded young woman. He had never called me wounded when he was the one making the cuts. Since then, Adrian said, my father has threatened press outlets, removed family security protections, humiliated private citizens, manipulated a marriage contract, and allowed a scandal to distort his leadership. This is no longer personal. This is corporate risk. The attorney gestured toward the screen. The lights dimmed. The edited videos appeared. Me on the balcony, Dominic behind me, my smile cut away from its context. Then the charity auction. Dominic's hand at my elbow, slowed until kindness looked like possession. Then the study photograph, our hands almost touching over a folder. Almost. The most dangerous distance in the world when someone wanted to create sin from nothing. Adrian faced the board. I do not want to say what this looks like. Yes, you do, I said. The room went silent. Adrian's eyes snapped to mine. Dominic's hand stilled over mine. The silver-haired board member blinked. Mrs. Vale. No. I stood. The chair made no sound on the carpet. My legs felt steady. That surprised me. Maybe courage did not always arrive loud. Maybe sometimes it showed up after humiliation had already stripped you bare, and there was nothing left to fear but your own silence. You called a meeting about me, I said. You are showing edited images of me. You are letting him build an argument using my name, my marriage, my body language, my reputation, and my place in this family. I looked directly at Adrian. So I will speak, Adrian laughed softly. Celeste, don't embarrass yourself. There it was, the old leash, the command dressed as concern. My mouth curved, not a smile, something colder. You should have stopped saying that to me the night I opened the bedroom door. Marissa looked down. Adrian's face hardened. Good. Let the room feel it. I turned to the board. Since Adrian wants to discuss morality, let's begin upstairs at his engagement party. The room shifted. No one interrupted. At that party, while guests gathered downstairs to celebrate our future marriage, I went looking for my fiancé and found him in a guest bedroom with my best friend. Marissa's face went white. Adrian snapped. That is irrelevant. No, I said. That is the beginning. Dominic remained silent beside me, but I felt him. A wall. A witness. A man letting me stand instead of standing over me. Adrian did not apologize, I continued. He told me rich men make mistakes and smart women forgive them. When I came downstairs visibly upset, he tried to tell the room I was emotional and insecure. Then he reminded me in front of witnesses that I had no family name, no protection, and no place in his world without him. The silence deepened. Some of the board members looked at Adrian differently. Not with shock. Men like Adrian rarely shocked rooms like this, but with calculation. Character mattered only when it became liability. I looked at the screen behind him. These clips are edited. The balcony footage cuts out Adrian abandoning me in a public room, while Dominic asked if I needed help. The car footage cuts out Adrian walking ahead in the rain and leaving me near the curb. The study photograph was taken during a public fundraising meeting after Adrian left early. I faced Adrian again. You built a lie out of the few moments someone treated me with more respect than you did. Adrian's nostrils flared. You married him out of revenge. Yes. The room inhaled. Dominic's head turned slightly toward me. Adrian smiled, thinking I had handed him the knife. I did not look away. Yes, revenge opened the door, I said. You humiliated me so completely that when Dominic offered me protection, power, and a way to make you feel even a fraction of what I felt, I took it. Adrian's smile widened. Then I turned to the board. But revenge is not why I stayed. The smile died. Dominic Vale gave me annulment papers yesterday, I said. Money in my name, property, security, a clean exit, a way to leave him and this family without punishment. The board members looked toward Dominic. He said nothing. His silence was consent for me to tell the truth. He did not trap me, I said. He gave me the one thing Adrian never did. I looked at Adrian. A choice. The word landed where I wanted it, right in the soft underbelly of his performance. Adrian's face changed. A flicker of rage, a flicker of fear. Then his mask returned. I turned back to the room. And since we are discussing judgment, perhaps we should discuss the fake pregnancy claim Marissa Cole brought into Dominic's home. Marissa made a small sound. Adrian shot her a warning look. Even now. Even with the floor cracking beneath him, he still thought he controlled the women standing near the edge. Marissa arrived claiming she might be pregnant with Adrian's child, I said. She used that claim to pressure Dominic and this family into recognizing her as the possible future of the Vale line. Dominic required proof. She refused. Dominic's attorney slid a folder to the center of the table. Documentation, he said. I continued before Marissa could cry her way back into the room. The investigation found a purchased test, a paid clinic employee, and messages indicating the claim was intended as leverage. Marissa stepped forward. That was a misunderstanding. I looked at her. For the first time since the bedroom upstairs, she looked afraid of me. Not of Dominic. Of me. No, I said. A misunderstanding is when someone hears wrong. You lied clearly, you cried beautifully, and you counted on everyone believing my anger was uglier than your ambition. Her mouth trembled. No tears came. She had finally run out of useful ones. Adrian said sharply, "This is character assassination." Dominic stood. The room changed so quickly, even the air seemed to step back. "No," he said. "Now we discuss character." His attorney opened another folder, thicker, heavier. Dominic's voice did not rise. It did not need to. At 9:42 last night, Adrian Vale accessed a restricted server using outdated executive credentials he illegally retained. He copied files concerning private security structures, harbor rotation patterns, shell company names, insurance holdings, and shipping route protections. Adrian's face drained. A board member leaned forward. "Confirmed?" Dominic's attorney answered. "Confirmed." Documents moved around the table. Dominic continued. At 10:16 p.m., Adrian left the city through the North Service Road. At 10:33, he contacted an intermediary connected to Victor Sorrento. The room erupted, not loudly. Powerful people did not need to shout to panic. They whispered, shifted, looked at one another with the kind of fear that understood business rivalry was only the polite name for old blood. Dominic gave them 3 seconds. Then he spoke again. He attempted to trade company and family intelligence to an outside hostile party. Adrian's hands curled into fists. That is not what happened. Dominic looked at him. Then explain it. Silence. The room waited. Adrian's mouth opened, closed. He looked around for the old safety nets. The relatives who excused him. The board members who liked his charm. The family friends who called him young, passionate, impulsive. But no one moved toward him. No one defended him. Money could forgive affairs, blood could excuse arrogance, but betraying the empire? Never. Adrian's gaze found mine. The hatred there was naked. You did this. I stared at him. There was a time those words would have made me defend myself. Now they only made me tired. No, I said. You finally met a consequence you could not charm. His face twisted. Dominic turned to the board. Effective immediately, I moved to remove Adrian Vale from all operational, advisory, and inheritance-linked corporate positions within Vale Holdings pending further legal action. All company-tied access and family-controlled instruments attached to him are to be frozen under conduct and betrayal provisions already approved by this board. Adrian stared at him. You can't. Dominic did not blink. The board will vote. The vote happened quickly, brutally. One by one, hands rose. Men and women who had smiled at Adrian for years chose the company over the sun, the empire over the heir, the king over the prince who tried to sell the castle. Adrian watched every hand lift like it was a knife sliding between his ribs. When the final vote passed, the room went still. Marissa stepped away from him. It was small, half a step, but everyone saw it. Adrian saw it too. His head turned slowly. She froze. He laughed once. The sound was broken and ugly. Of course, he said. Now you move. Marissa's face tightened. Adrian. No. He looked her over with the same contempt he had once tried to give me. You were always better at choosing winners than loving anyone. The words should have satisfied me. They did not. Watching cruel people turn on each other was not healing. It was only proof that cruelty always needed somewhere new to feed. Adrian looked back at me. His eyes were bright now. Not with tears, with rage so humiliated it had nowhere dignified left to go. You must be proud, he said. The little outsider finally got the crown. I did not answer. Security moved closer. Adrian did too, just one step. Dominic shifted beside me, but I lifted one hand, not to stop him from protecting me, to show Adrian I was not hiding behind him. Adrian smiled. You will always know the truth, Celeste. You were not chosen first. You were picked up after I threw you away. The room went so still I could hear the faint hum of the lights. There it was, his final insult. The last piece of rot he had left to offer. For 1 second, the old wound pulsed. Then it loosened, not because the words did not hurt, because they could no longer own me. I looked at Adrian and felt the strangest thing. Distance. Not love. Not longing. Not rage. Distance. You lost me before he ever chose me, I said. His face changed, a small collapse, almost invisible. But I saw it. So did Dominic. Security took Adrian by the arms. This time he did not fight. That was somehow worse. He walked between 2 men with his chin up and his life in pieces behind him. Marissa tried to follow, but he did not look back. Neither did I. The boardroom slowly exhaled. Papers shifted, attorneys murmured, people began speaking in controlled, polished voices about statements, filings, damage control, confidence repair, legal exposure, and board protocols. The language of empire healing itself with knives still on the table. I stood very still. Dominic stood beside me, victorious and devastated. Only I saw it. Maybe because only I was looking at the man beneath the win. His face was calm, his posture perfect, his voice steady when he answered the board's questions. But his eyes had gone somewhere else, to a 15-year-old boy beside a coffin, to Evelina's note, to a son he had raised with money and protection and not enough truth, to the terrible fact that justice could still leave blood on your hands when the person punished carried your name. When the meeting finally ended, board members left carefully. Some nodded to Dominic, some nodded to me. Respect now, or fear. In his world, the difference wore the same suit. Marissa lingered near the door, alone. For one moment, our eyes met. I expected hatred. There was some, but beneath it was panic. She had gambled on Adrian's future and watched it get stripped away in public. I did not pity her, but I understood one thing. She had loved access the way Adrian loved control. Both had left her empty-handed. "Celeste," she whispered. Dominic's gaze turned lethal. I lifted my hand slightly. He stopped. Marissa saw the movement. Her eyes flicked between us. Understanding landed. Not fully. Enough. I was not being managed. I was being honored. That probably hurt her worse than anything I could say. "Do not contact me again," I said. Her mouth trembled. Then she nodded and left. When the room emptied, Dominic remained by the window with his back to me. Press lights flashed below. Another storm waiting. I approached slowly. "Dominic," he did not turn. "It should feel cleaner," he said. My chest tightened. "What?" "Winning." I stopped beside him. Below, the city continued with its traffic and noise and hunger, unaware that a son had just been exiled from a kingdom 30 floors above the street. Or maybe aware. Cities like this always knew when blood hit marble. "You did what you had to do," I said. "Yes." The word carried no comfort. I looked at his profile. Hard, beautiful, remote, hurting. "He was your son," I said. His jaw tightened. "He is my son." The correction was quiet. It broke something in me. I touched his arm. He looked down at my hand like he did not deserve the contact. "He betrayed you," I said. "I know. He tried to destroy me. I know. He would have given Sorrento enough to hurt your people." "I know. And it still hurts." His eyes closed just once, then opened. "Yes." There was no fixing that. I knew it. He knew it, so I did not try. I slid my arms around him and rested my cheek against his chest, right there in the boardroom where his son had tried to put me on trial. For a moment, Dominic did not move. Then his arms came around me, slowly, carefully, like grief had made him sharp and he feared cutting what held him. "You defended me," he said. "I defended the truth." "You defended me." I lifted my head. His eyes were darker than I had ever seen them. Maybe both. His hand touched my face. Not possessive. Not hungry. Grateful. That nearly undid me. "Come home," I whispered. For a second, something in his face changed. Home, not the estate, not the mansion, not the house with locked gates and old ghosts. Home. Us. He nodded once. We left through the private elevator. The press shouted when we emerged, but Dominic did not stop. Neither did I. Cameras flashed over our joined hands, our faces, the ruined sun, nowhere beside us. By the time we reached the car, my body felt hollow from adrenaline. Dominic noticed. "You need food." A laugh escaped me. Tired and real. "You always think I need food. You often do." I looked at him across the back seat. "You need sleep. I often do not get it. Tonight you will." His mouth almost curved. "Is that an order, Mrs. Vale?" The name moved through me differently now. Not costume, not scandal. Mine. "Yes," I said, "it is." The faint smile vanished into something softer, something dangerous in a new way. "Then I will try to obey." At the mansion, the staff greeted us with lowered heads and careful quiet. No one looked at me with uncertainty now. They stepped aside for Dominic. Then for me. Equal distance. I noticed, so did he. Upstairs in our suite, the room had been restored from the chaos of the last days. Fresh linens, a low fire, no roses, no decorations chosen to make me feel like a bride in someone else's story. Just warmth, space. A door that did not lock from the outside. Dominic stood near the fireplace, removing his cufflinks with hands that looked steady only because he had trained them to. I watched from near the bed. "You do not have to be untouchable with me." His hand stopped. The cufflink gleamed between his fingers. "I do not know how to become anything else quickly." "I am not asking for quickly." He looked at me. The silence that followed was gentle and tense all at once. I crossed the room and took the cufflink from his hand. Then the other. He let me. That felt more intimate than a kiss. Dominic Vale letting someone remove his armor piece by piece. I set the cufflinks on the mantel. His eyes stayed on my hands. "You were magnificent today," he said quietly. No, his gaze lifted. I was angry, scared, honest, but not magnificent. "To me," he said, "that is magnificent." My throat tightened. I stepped closer. He lifted a hand, then paused, still asking, always asking. I placed his hand against my cheek. "You can touch me." His thumb moved once along my skin. "You are exhausted. So are you. My grief is not your burden." "No," I whispered, "but I can hold some of it while you breathe." Something in his face broke open. Not completely. Dominic would always be a man built with locked rooms. But a door opened. Enough. He kissed me. Not like West Harbor. That had been fire after danger. This was slower, deeper. A wound asking whether it could be trusted with tenderness. His mouth moved over mine with aching care. I felt the tremor in him when my arms slid around his neck. He pulled back once, searching my face, and I nodded because words felt too heavy. He kissed my forehead, my cheek, the corner of my mouth, then my mouth again. Each touch felt like a vow he was afraid to speak too quickly. We moved toward the bed without urgency. No battlefield this time. No desk, no war reports, no phone glowing with Adrian's poison. Only the room. The fire. His hands in my hair, my palms against his chest. The quiet, trembling knowledge that everything between us had been chosen after all the doors were opened and every exit had been offered. Dominic touched me with the care of a man who understood the difference between desire and taking. I touched him with the certainty of a woman who had survived being treated like property and still chosen love without becoming property again. There was heat, a slow, consuming heat that built between breath and skin and whispered names. A heat that made my knees weak and my heart fuller than my body knew how to hold. But beneath it was something stronger. Trust. He stayed with me in every moment. When emotion tightened my throat, he slowed. When grief crossed his face, I held him there and kissed it instead of asking him to hide. When the intensity rose, his eyes stayed on mine like he was still making sure I had not disappeared inside him. I did not disappear. I came closer. And when we gave ourselves to each other fully, it did not feel like revenge. It felt like shelter. Afterward, Dominic held me against him beneath the sheets while the fire burned low. His hand moved slowly over my back, steady and warm. My cheek rested above his heart, and for the first time since I had known him, I heard his breathing lose discipline. Not entirely, but enough. "Are you all right?" he asked. I smiled against his chest. "That is my line tonight." His hands stilled, then moved again. "Are you?" I asked. He was quiet. I did not rush him. Finally he said, "No." My heart squeezed. I lifted my head. His eyes met mine in the dim light. "No," he repeated. "But I am here." I touched his face. "That is enough for tonight." He turned his mouth into my palm and kissed it, not seductively, tenderly, gratefully. "I lost a son today," he said. I swallowed hard. "I know. And still, when you stood beside me, I felt—" He stopped. I waited. His eyes searched mine like the word might cost him more than war had. "Peace," he said at last. My chest ached. "Then keep that," I whispered, "just for tonight." He pulled me closer. I let him. Not because I was hiding, because I had chosen the arms around me. Months later, the scandal became old news. That was the strange thing about the world. It could devour you for breakfast and be hungry for someone else by dinner. The edited videos disappeared under lawsuits, settlements, and public retractions written in careful legal language. Marissa left the city for a while, returned once on the arm of a minor investor, then vanished again when no one important remembered to invite her anywhere that mattered. Adrian did not vanish. Men like Adrian rarely disappeared completely. They lingered at the edges of rooms that once opened for them, bitter and polished and waiting for people to forget what they had done. No one forgot. Not in Dominic's world. One autumn evening, I stood beside my husband at another foundation event in a cream gown with long sleeves and a clean neckline. No diamonds, except the wedding ring Dominic had given me months after the courthouse. A real one, chosen in the garden behind the mansion. No audience. No revenge. No Adrian. Just Dominic holding a ring in his hand as if it were more dangerous than every weapon he owned. He had not asked if I would stay. He had asked if I wanted to choose him again. I had said, yes, softly. Tonight, the room greeted me differently. Mrs. Vale, Celeste, a few brave women even called me powerful. They meant it as praise. I accepted it as fact. Near the foundation table, Dominic paused beside a group of donors and board members. They were discussing a new housing initiative tied to Vale Holdings' legitimate charitable arm. The old Dominic would have answered before the question fully formed. This Dominic turned to me. What do you think? The table went quiet, not because my opinion was decorative, because everyone understood he expected them to listen. I looked over the proposal, then answered. Clearly, with the authority I had not been born into but had stopped apologizing for earning. Dominic listened without interrupting. So did everyone else. That was power, too. Not the kind that shattered rooms, the kind that changed how people breathed inside them. Across the ballroom, I saw Adrian. He stood near a pillar, thinner now, still handsome in the way broken statues could be handsome if no one looked too closely at the missing pieces. His eyes found mine. For one moment, the past opened its mouth. The bedroom upstairs, Marissa's laugh, the ring in champagne, his voice saying I had no place without him. Then Dominic's hand settled at my back. Not to claim, to ask. I looked up at him. He had aged in the months since the boardroom, or maybe I had simply learned how to see the man beneath the power. The grief was still there sometimes. So was the control. So was the darkness. But now there was laughter too. Rare, quiet. Mine when I earned it. His eyes followed mine to Adrian, then returned to my face. Do you want to leave? He asked. I smiled. He always offered the door. That was how I knew I was home. No. Adrian watched us from across the room. I felt nothing sharp, no longing, no rage, no need to prove anything, only distance. Dominic leaned closer, his voice low enough for me alone. Do you still regret marrying his father? I turned into him slightly, letting the room see exactly where I stood. Beside him. Not behind. Never behind. No, I said. His eyes softened. I looked once more at Adrian, then at the chandeliers above us, at the same glittering world that had once judged me unworthy and now made room when I passed. Adrian had broken my heart in a room upstairs. His father gave me the whole damn house. Epilogue. 1 year after I found Adrian with my best friend upstairs, I stood in the same ballroom and watched his father put my wedding ring back on my finger. Not the courthouse ring. There had never been one that day. No flowers, no music, no vows softened by illusion. Just a judge, a locked jaw, Adrian screaming through courthouse doors, and Dominic Vale kissing my forehead like restraint was the only mercy he trusted himself to give. This ring was different. This ring had weight. A deep oval diamond set in platinum, old world and severe, with 2 small black diamonds tucked into the band where no one would notice unless I turned my hand under the light. Dominic had chosen those because, as he told me in the garden 3 months after the boardroom war, you were never meant to be only soft. I had cried then. Not prettily, not delicately. I cried like a woman who had survived being made small and was finally tired enough to let joy find her without asking permission. Tonight, I did not cry. Tonight, I smiled. The ballroom was full again, same chandeliers, same marble, same old portraits of dead Vale men who looked like they had once mistaken fear for loyalty and called it leadership. But the room was not the same. Neither was I. A year ago, I had walked down that staircase with my engagement party turning silent around me, my heart broken open, Marissa's lipstick still on Adrian's mouth, and every guest waiting to see whether I would collapse beautifully enough to become dinner conversation. Tonight, I walked down those same stairs as Dominic Vale's wife by choice. Not revenge, not scandal, not survival, choice. And the room rose to its feet. That was the part no one had warned me about. The silence after shame was sharp, but the silence after respect, that was thunder with manners. Dominic waited at the bottom of the staircase in a black tuxedo, one hand relaxed at his side, his silver black hair combed back, his face controlled in the way that still made powerful men straighten and foolish men remember appointments elsewhere. But when he looked at me, the control softened. Not publicly. Dominic did not become less dangerous because he loved me. He became more precise about who deserved that danger. His eyes moved over my dress, ivory silk, long sleeves, no necklace, never a necklace when the room needed to see my throat bare and unowned. His gaze stopped at my face. There it was, that barely visible break in his armor. Mine. Only mine. I reached the final step. He offered his hand. He always offered. That was the first vow he had kept before he ever spoke one aloud. I placed my hand in his, and the ballroom inhaled around us. "Mrs. Vale," he said quietly. My mouth curved. "Mr. Vale." His thumb brushed once across my ring finger where the diamond caught the light. "Still sure?" That was Dominic, too. A year married, and he still left room for my answer, especially when everyone else assumed it was already decided. I leaned close enough that only he could hear me. "Ask me again in 50 years. His eyes darkened with something so tender it almost hurt. "I will." Then he led me into the center of the ballroom. Tonight was not a wedding. We had agreed on that. No second ceremony, no dramatic reenactment, no pretending the beginning had been clean when it had actually been bloody. Tonight was the launch of the Adrian Vale house. That had been my idea. A residence for women leaving dangerous marriages, powerful families, criminal pressure, financial abuse, and gilded cages no one else recognized because the bars were made of money. Dominic had gone silent when I first brought it to him. Not angry. Wounded. For one awful second I thought I had gone too far. Then he had taken my hand across the breakfast table and said, "Use her name properly." So we did. The foundation carried Evelina's name not as a weapon, not as gossip, not as Adrian's favorite knife, as shelter. Dominic funded it through private money, not company optics. I chose the board. Nico vetted security. Vivienne, to my shock and quiet amusement, became one of our fiercest donors after informing me that while she still considered me disruptive, she had decided some disruptions were useful, which, from Adrian Vale, was basically a blood oath. The first house opened 2 months ago outside the city. The second would open in Chicago before spring. A third was being negotiated through women who knew better than to put trust in press releases. Evelina's portrait had been moved from the shadowed upstairs corridor to the East Gallery. Dominic had stood there alone the day it was hung. I found him afterward in the garden, hands in his pockets, eyes on nothing. "She should have had more than a portrait," he said. I took his arm. "Now she has doors." He did not answer. But that night, he slept with his hand over mine. Tonight, her name was printed across the program in silver letters. Adrian Vale House, for women who need the key back. I had fought for that tagline. Dominic had stared at it for a long time, then said, "It sounds like you." I had said, "Good." Now I stood beside him under the chandeliers while cameras flashed and donors watched, and the same society that once called me shameless now waited to applaud the woman I had become. Funny thing, public judgment. It loved to fall. But it respected survival when survival learned to wear heels and sign checks. Nico stood near the far archway, expression unreadable, earpiece in place, hands folded. He caught my eye once and gave the smallest nod. All clear. Marissa would not be entering tonight, not because I feared her, because peace was allowed to have boundaries. After the boardroom, Marissa tried once to sell her side of the story. Dominic did not ruin her. I asked him not to. That surprised him. It surprised me too. But I did not want to build my future on watching another woman crawl, even one who had tried to bury me. Instead, the evidence was released through attorneys when she pushed too far. The fake pregnancy claim, the paid clinic worker, the messages to Adrian, the anonymous leaks tied through one of her old college friends. Public sympathy turned on her with the same teeth it had once shown me. She left New York for 6 months. When she returned, she sent a letter, not a good one, not a full apology, more like a woman trying to stitch dignity over a wound she had made herself. She wrote that she had envied me before she betrayed me, that she hated how I could be loved without demanding the room, that Adrian made her feel chosen only when he wanted to hurt me, that she knew it was not enough, but it was the closest she could come to saying the truth without choking on it. I read it once, then burned it. Some forgiveness was not owed. Some endings did not need peace. They only needed distance. Adrian was harder, because he was not a loose end. He was blood. Dominic's blood. That meant the story could never tie itself into a perfect bow. Adrian was removed from all company roles. his access frozen, his inheritance placed under strict trust control, released only through provisions that required distance from Vale operations and compliance with legal settlements. He did not go to prison. Dominic could have pushed harder. Some nights, I wondered if he regretted not doing it. But the poisoned files and Sorrento trap had created a complicated battlefield. Attorneys settled what could be settled. Certain things never reached court because in Dominic's world, public law was not the only kind that mattered. Victor Sorrento lost more than he gained. The false data infected 2 of his shell operations. Nico traced enough movement to expose 3 brokers and cripple one of Sorrento's port channels. There were no dramatic newspaper stories about it. No headlines saying Dominic Vale had won the harbor war. But 6 months later, Sorrento's men stopped appearing near West Harbor. 3 of his warehouses changed hands through companies whose owners did not smile in photographs, and Dominic never said a word about it at breakfast. That was how I knew it was finished, mostly. Men like Sorrento did not disappear forever. They waited. So did Dominic. As for Adrian, he drifted through Europe for a while, photographed with models, minor heiresses, and one disgraced art dealer with a yacht no one could explain. Then he came back, not home. Never home. But New York. Tonight, he stood across the ballroom near the west doors. I felt him before I saw him, that old body memory, not love, not longing, not fear exactly, a scar recognizing weather. He wore a black suit, no tie, his hair longer than before, his face thinner. Still handsome, still Vale, still the kind of man strangers might mistake for tragic if they did not know how much of the tragedy he had caused himself. He looked at me, then at Dominic, then at the ring on my finger. For 1 second, the room seemed to fold back on itself. I saw him in the upstairs bedroom, shirt open, Marissa's mouth ruined by him. I saw him in the ballroom, telling me I had no place without him. I saw him at the boardroom table, calling me picked up after he threw me away. Then I saw him now, standing outside the center of his own family's power, watching me occupy a place he once believed I was too small to touch. Dominic leaned toward me. "Do you want him removed?" The question was calm. Deadly. Comforting in a way I probably should not have found comforting. I looked at Adrian. He did not smile. He did not approach. He only watched. "No," I said. Dominic's eyes stayed on my face. "Are you certain?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because tonight is not about him." Dominic was quiet. Then his thumb brushed over my knuckles again. "No," he said. "It is not." A few minutes later, Adrian approached anyway. Of course he did. Nico moved first. Dominic stopped him with one small lift of his hand. The room noticed the movement even if it did not understand the danger beneath it. Adrian stopped 3 feet away, not close enough to touch me. Smart. "Father," he said. Dominic's expression did not change. "Adrian." Then his eyes moved to me. "Celeste. Not Mrs. Vale, not sweetheart, not mine. My name." For once he said it without ownership. That unsettled me more than cruelty would have. "Adrian," I said. He looked between us, and something bitter moved through his face. "I heard about the foundation." I waited. He swallowed once. "My mother would have liked it." Dominic went still beside me, not visibly to others, but I felt it. A tremor in the air between us. Adrian's eyes shifted to him. "I still hate you sometimes," he said. The ballroom noise seemed to fade at the edges. Dominic's voice was low. "I know. I still think you failed her." "I did." The answer landed hard. Adrian blinked. Maybe he had expected defense. Maybe he had prepared anger. Dominic gave him neither. He gave him the truth. Adrian's jaw worked. For a moment, he looked younger. Not innocent, never that. But younger. Lost in the shape of his own damage. Then his gaze moved to me. "I failed you too," he said. The words struck me in a strange, quiet place. Not because I had waited for them, because I had stopped waiting. I studied his face, searching for the old performance. The charm, the manipulation, the little hook beneath the apology. There was some pride left. There would always be pride in Adrian Vale. But the apology had no audience except the 2 people he had hurt most, and a ballroom too busy pretending not to watch. "I know," I said. He flinched. It was small, real. "I loved you badly," he said. Dominic's hand tightened once around mine. Not because he doubted me, because hearing Adrian say love near me still woke the animal in him. I squeezed back. A reminder. I am here. I choose you. Adrian saw it. A sad smile touched his mouth. There it is, he said quietly. What? The thing I never understood. His eyes moved to Dominic. You give her room to answer you. Dominic said nothing. Adrian looked back at me. I thought if I let you choose, you might choose wrong. No, I said softly. You thought I might not choose you. His mouth parted, then closed. There was no defense for truth that clean. He looked down. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher. I am leaving New York. Dominic's face remained unreadable. For how long? I don't know. Where? Florence first. Then maybe nowhere for a while. That sounded like Adrian. Even exile had to be aesthetic. But beneath the polished answer was something else. A man with no role left in the only kingdom he had ever expected to inherit. Dominic nodded once. Your trust will continue under the same terms. Adrian laughed softly. Still business. Dominic's eyes darkened. Still consequence. They looked at each other. Father and son. Not healed. Not fixed. But no longer pretending the wound was only anger. Adrian turned to me again. I won't ask forgiveness. Good, I said. A real, startled laugh escaped him, then it faded. I hope he does better with you than he did with her. Dominic went very still. I answered before he could. He is. Adrian looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. Not happily, not easily, but like something final had been placed where obsession used to live. He stepped back. Goodbye, Celeste. This time my name did not hurt. Goodbye, Adrian. He turned and walked out through the west doors. No drama, no shouting, no final threat. Just the quiet exit of a man who had finally understood that not every closed door was a challenge. Some were mercy. Dominic did not move until Adrian disappeared. Then he looked down at me. Are you all right? I let out a slow breath. Yes. Truth. A smile broke through before I could stop it. Still that. Always that. Truth. His gaze softened, but the grief remained. I touched his face briefly, right there in the ballroom where everyone could see and no one dared comment. He came to say goodbye. Dominic looked toward the doors. Yes. Will, you miss him? His jaw tightened. I already do. My heart ached for him. Not because Adrian deserved to be mourned cleanly, but because love did not obey worthiness the way justice did. I took Dominic's hand. Then miss him, I said. You don't have to punish yourself for still being his father. His eyes closed for half a second. When they opened, there was that same broken tenderness from the night after the boardroom. You make impossible things sound survivable. No, I whispered. I just stay while they are. Before he could answer, Vivienne swept toward us in dark green silk, expression imperious, diamonds sharp enough to cut the room's lighting bill in half. Dominic, she said, the mayor is waiting. Celeste, the Bellamy women have asked whether you will join their advisory council. A year ago, Vivienne said my dress was brave, as if bravery were another word for cheap. Tonight, she said my name like it belonged in rooms before I entered them. I lifted a brow. Do you think I should? Vivienne looked offended by the question. I think they should be grateful if you say yes. Then she glided away. I looked at Dominic. He looked at me. And then, to my absolute shock, he laughed. Not much. Just a low, quiet thing, but real. So real it moved through me like sunlight through stained glass. There, I whispered. His mouth curved faintly. There what? That sound. His eyes warmed. You like it? I intend to hear more of it. Is that an order too? Yes. Then I will try to obey. He said it the same way he had after the boardroom. But tonight it did not carry exhaustion. It carried promise. The speeches began at 9. Dominic went first. He stood at the podium beneath Evelina's portrait, which we had placed near the front, not as decoration, but as witness. He did not speak long. Dominic never wasted words when silence could do half the killing. But tonight, his voice carried something gentler than power. My first wife, Evelina, lived in a house full of locked doors, he said. The ballroom went absolutely silent. She had every comfort money could provide, and not enough of the freedom money often steals. This foundation will not use her name to make grief look noble. It will use her name to open doors for women who are still alive to walk through them. He paused. His eyes found mine. And it exists because my wife taught me protection without choice is only another cage. My throat closed. No one moved. Then applause rose, slowly at first, then harder. Not polite, not ornamental, real. When I took the podium after him, my hands did not shake. I looked out over the room, at the donors, the press, the family, the women watching with eyes that understood more than they would ever say aloud. And I thought of myself a year ago, standing outside a bedroom door, already knowing betrayal waited on the other side. I used to believe survival meant staying quiet enough not to make things worse, I said. The room stilled again. I was wrong. Sometimes survival starts the moment you become inconvenient to the people who benefited from your silence. Dominic watched me from the side of the stage, proud, quietly undone, mine. This house is for women who have been called dramatic for telling the truth, I continued, ungrateful for wanting freedom, difficult for asking to be respected, shameless for surviving out loud. My voice thickened, but did not break. It is for every woman who needs not only shelter, but the key to her own door. By the time I stepped down, the room had changed again. Not because they loved me. I did not need that anymore. Because they understood me. That was rarer. Later, after the donors, the press photos, the signatures, the handshakes, the careful society kisses, and the quiet transfer of funds large enough to open 3 more houses, Dominic found me on the balcony. The same balcony where I had gone after the first engagement party humiliation? No, a different one. I would not give that night every view in my life. This balcony overlooked the garden, where winter roses slept beneath frost covers, and small golden lights lined the paths like fallen stars. I stood with both hands on the stone railing, breathing in cold air. Dominic stepped outside and closed the doors behind him. The music faded, the world softened. He came to stand beside me, not touching yet, never assuming. "Do you want to be alone?" he asked. "No." He moved closer. His shoulder brushed mine. For a moment, we looked out over the garden together. Then he reached into his jacket and took out a folded paper. My brow furrowed. "What is that?" He handed it to me. I opened it carefully. A deed. My name, not as Mrs. Vale, not attached to him. Celeste Marrow Vale. The first Evelina House property was now partly mine, not symbolically, legally. I looked up at him, stunned. "Dominic. You built it," he said. "Your name should be on the door as more than hostess." My throat tightened. "Ma, you already gave me a foundation seat. I gave you a chair. This gives you ground." The paper blurred. I blinked hard. "I don't know what to say." His face softened. "Say whether you want it." I laughed through the sudden ache in my chest. "Of course I want it. Good. Do you know how strange it is?" I whispered. "To be given power without someone using it to make me grateful?" Dominic's expression shifted. Pain, understanding, resolve. "You owe me nothing for it." "I know." He looked relieved that I did. I folded the deed carefully and held it against my chest. Then I turned toward him. "I want to go upstairs." His eyes darkened slightly. "Are you tired?" "Yes." The corner of his mouth lifted. And I want my husband alone." The change in him was immediate, not dramatic. Dominic was too disciplined for that. But his attention sharpened, warmed, settled entirely on me. After a year, it still had the power to steal my breath. He reached for my hand. I gave it. We left the ballroom without announcement. Let them whisper. Let them wonder. Let them write whatever story they wanted about the billionaire and his scandal wife who had somehow become the woman donors waited to please, board members listened to, and enemies learned to measure carefully. For once, I did not care who watched us go. Upstairs, the hallway was quiet. We passed the bedroom where everything had ended. For a long time, I could not walk past that door without feeling the old ache. Now I stopped. Dominic stopped with me. He did not ask why. I looked at the closed door. That room had been repainted, refurnished, cleared of every trace of the night that broke me. Still, memory lived where it wanted. I felt Adrian's voice there. Marissa's laugh, my own cracking one small piece at a time. Dominic's hand tightened gently around mine. "Do you want it sealed?" he asked. I looked at him. "What?" "The room. We can close it permanently, turn it into storage, remove the door, anything you want." "Of course." Dominic would tear architecture apart if grief looked at it wrong. Once that might have frightened me. Tonight it made me smile. "No." His brow lowered. No, I said. "Leave it." "Why?" I looked at the door. "Because it is not stronger than me." Dominic said nothing. I turned away first. That mattered. I did not run past the room. I did not linger to prove anything. I simply walked on, taking my husband with me. Our suite waited at the end of the hall. Warm light, low fire, no roses unless I asked for them. A bed that no longer looked like an obligation or a question. A home. Dominic closed the door behind us. Not locked, never locked. I set the deed on the table near the fireplace. He watched me from across the room, still in his tuxedo. Still too beautiful in that dangerous grave way of his. Still the man who had turned my public humiliation into a scandal. Then my scandal into power. Then my power into something that belonged to me, whether I stood beside him or not. "What are you thinking?" he asked. I looked at him. "I am thinking about the first time you brought me into this room." His eyes softened with memory. "You were shaking. You said my body was allowed to tell the truth." "Yes, I hated you for that. I know." I smiled. "No, you don't. I really hated you." His mouth curved slightly. "And now?" I crossed the room slowly. His eyes followed me, dark and steady. "Now I think you were the first man who ever let my truth make him careful instead of angry." His smile faded. I stopped in front of him. The music from downstairs was faint now, barely reaching us through the floor. "I love you," I said. We had said it before. Of course we had. But some words changed shape depending on where they were spoken. Tonight, in this room, after Adrian's goodbye, after Evelina's name had become shelter, after the door upstairs had lost its power, the words felt different, less like confession, more like a crown I had chosen to wear. Dominic's face went still with the force of receiving it. Then he touched my cheek, the same way he had that first night in the study. But his hand did not tremble now. "I love you," he said. Not roughly, not grandly, not like a man making a claim, like a man finally telling the truth without fear it would become a cage. I leaned into his palm. "And tomorrow?" I asked softly. His brow furrowed. "Tomorrow what? Will you still ask if I want the door?" Understanding moved through his eyes, then tenderness. "Yes. Good. Does that trouble you?" "No," I smiled. "That is how I know I am not trapped." He bent his forehead to mine. "For as long as I live," he said, "you will have the key." I closed my eyes. There were no cameras here, no boardroom, no Marissa, no Adrian, no headlines, no strangers deciding what my pain meant. Only Dominic, only me, only a house that had once watched me break and now held the woman I became after. Downstairs, the ballroom kept glowing. Evelina's name lived on a door that would open for women who needed one. Adrian was leaving the city. Marissa was gone from my life. Sorrento had retreated into whatever shadow men like him used when they were wounded but not dead. Dominic was still dangerous, still flawed, still learning how not to turn love into protection so heavy it could crush. And I was still becoming, not healed into perfection, not softened into some easy version of happiness, just free, chosen, loved. Powerful enough to stand in the same house where I had been humiliated and know it no longer owned the story. I looked up at my husband. "Dominic? Yes, wife?" My heart warmed at the word. Not possession, partnership. "Take me to bed." His eyes darkened. He searched my face the way he always did, not because he doubted me, because asking had become part of how he loved me. "Are you sure?" I took his hand and placed it over my heart. It beat steady beneath his palm. "Truth?" I whispered. He smiled then. A real one. Rare. Devastating. Mine. And when he kissed me, it was not the kiss that began a scandal. It was the kiss that ended the last shadow of one. Because Adrian had broken my heart in a room upstairs. Dominic had given me the whole damn house, but I had done the thing neither man could do for me. I had taken back the key. And that was the end of Celeste and Dominic's story. She started as the woman everyone expected to watch break quietly. She was cheated on, humiliated, lied about, judged, and dragged into a world where powerful men thought her silence was something they could use. But Celeste did not stay small. She walked into the scandal. She stood beside the most dangerous man in the room. And she learned the difference between being claimed and being chosen. Dominic Vale was not perfect. He was powerful, damaged, controlling, and haunted by the mistakes of his past. But the thing that made him different was not his money or his name. It was that he kept giving Celeste the door, and every time she chose to stay, she became stronger. So tell me in the comments, was Celeste wrong for marrying Adrian's father, or did Adrian get exactly what he deserved? If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe. This tell YouTube that you want more dark billionaire mafia romance audiobooks with scandal, obsession, betrayal, dangerous men, and powerful women who refuse to stay broken. It also helps YouTube put these stories in front of others who enjoy them. This story is written and owned by Bayless Dambra. Please do not copy, repost, reproduce, or use this story without permission. Thank you for listening, and I'll see you in the next story. Stay ruined.